But yeah, but usually we go earlier than that.
Okay.
With the last three kids, it was
You've got
earlier.
three, eh?
I've got three, mommy. I've got three.
I've got. Do you know what you're having?
Yes, it's a boy.
A boy.
I've
So
got,
now you've got.
I've got two boys already, so it's
Two
going to be
boys.
the
Oh,
third
so
one
nice.
and the only daughter, the first daughter.
I was the youngest. I had three brothers. Yeah, so actually wonderful.
Sure.
Okay, Lutando, so there are a couple of parts in here that are new. Did you see?
Yes, I noticed that.
Okay, are you comfortable with all of them?
Yes.
So the
Yes,
land
yes.
one is important.
Mm-hmm.
Are you comfortable with all of it? Because what we're trying to get across in the land is, listen,
Mm-hmm.
the land is not magic.
Mm-hmm.
It's you. If you don't have the knowledge and the skill,
Yeah.
the land is meaningless.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's my best part actually.
Okay.
It's my favorite part.
So the reason we want to do it and put it on film is some facilitators don't get it.
Yeah,
And that's why we want to, you can still carry on and teach it as you want.
yeah.
But for the other new facilitators coming on board,
Mm.
I don't want there to be any risk that they don't get it.
Yeah. No,
Okay, yeah.
thank you.
And all the other sections you went through, eh?
I went through.
So I think what we said to Rudy is, if you see you've made a mistake, are you nervous?
No, not really. Not
If
really.
you see
Yeah.
you've made a mistake, you're just gonna stop
Mm-hmm.
and start again.
Okay.
At the when they stop, when they full stops, especially when it starts a new section, just pause a little bit, so that you give Gerrit, like Gerrit says, you can cut out a pause, but you can't build in a pause.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, and what else did we tell Rudy that was helpful? Don't stand like this.
Right.
Okay, so we filmed Austin. You know Austin? All people.
Yes.
Doesn't he come and present the gospel sometimes?
He once came.
Tony and them.
Yeah.
So
they
they
once
stood
came.
like this the whole time. It doesn't, like, be yourself.
Yeah. No.
We're a class of students here,
Right. Yeah.
and I'll stop.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe with some pronunciations, I'm
If
gonna
you
pause
circle-
and ask you
yeah,
to help me with certain
Yeah,
pronunciations. Yeah.
stop.
Yeah.
it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't introduced myself.
Come again.
Oh, sorry, have you guys
Yes.
Harriet.
Lutando. Thanks.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
For your toes.
Okay.
So
That's all right.
Lutando runs the centre in Stellenbosch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Close by.
Yeah.
Yeah. So whenever we make a mistake or have a question or whatever, don't say sorry. Can we stop or whatever?
Okay.
Just do it. It's your show.
Okay.
Okay. Because we're gonna stop a lot. You saw now.
Yes, I
It's-
just saw.
and it's not a problem at all.
And interesting, I've heard that Tecumseh is Tecumseh.
That's one of the things I
Okay,
wanted
so
to ask you.
you're gonna say
Tecumseh.
Not
Mhm.
Tecumseh.
And then there's this one, I think one American president that died of a certain sickness.
McKinley,
Yes.
Harding, Kennedy, Lincoln, Garfield,
I think there's one that the first one that
Harrison.
is it Harrison that died of a certain sickness? Is it Hemia or something? I'm not sure what.
Hammy.
Give me a second. I still have to get the script
A
on.
hemorrhage.
Hemorrhage.
What's
Yeah.
another word
World
for a
view, mate.
hemorrhage?
Hmm.
Yeah.
World
Harris?
War II.
Hemorrhage.
Bleeding on the brain. Bleeding on the brain. Hemorrhage, but hemorrhage.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, suffered bleeding on the brain. Is a hemorrhage bleeding on the brain?
Yeah, it usually refers to a hemorrhage is
What
the
is-
bleeding of anything,
Okay.
as far as I know, but this was probably a bleeding of the brain.
Okay. Hemorrhage.
Who was he?
Tecumseh. Hemorrhage. Okay. Those were the two pronunciations I wanted
Yeah,
to
so
get
it's
corrected.
Tecumseh and then a hemorrhage. Will the students know what a hemorrhage is? But they don't have to know, he died.
He died.
That's actually all that matters, right?
Can you see on the telephone? It's a little bit fuzzy,
Yes, I can see.
but it's actually when you start, it's fine. Sort of.
So Haiti, you've got the wording for Haiti.
Haiti, yes.
Aristide,
Aristide.
yeah. And if the other words that we'll circle with, you'll see it'll be
Yeah.
start and stop a lot.
Yeah.
But we just want to see that.
All right.
The person.
Yeah.
Okay. Just hiding everything that's going to bother me. Okay, and it's worldview 2. We're just calling this scene 2. Okay, so I'm going to roll the camera, roll the sound, and click this thing. Let's work for a living, 2023, scene 2, take 1.
Our worldview is the way we see the world. The lens.
Sorry. You can.
Can we pray for you quickly?
Thank you.
Because I think we prayed for Rudy. Yeah, Lord, we just pray for Lutando now. We pray your blessing over him. Thank you, Father, that this is going to be used for your glory. I pray, Father God, that you give him the words to speak, give him peace and calm and order. And I just pray that your blessing over him and favor and go before him. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Just a quick thing. So I'll let you let go. Don't worry. Don't feel rushed
Right.
at all.
So to start, our worldview is the way we see the world, as opposed to our worldview is the way we see the world. So our worldview is the way we see the world. That's where you want to start.
Oh yes. Try to. So I will follow you. I'm speeding up and slowing the teleprompter down as you go along. So don't worry too much about the speed. I try to sort that out for you. But we aim to sort of read in the middle of the screen, because then you've got some space to read sort of ahead, and for your eyes to sort of get used to the next lines coming in and so forth. Okay, but I'm trying to keep up with your pace. Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. And
Our worldview.
Before we start. Hi. Okay. Gaat ons. Ready?
Yes. Our worldview is the way we see the world, the lens through which we view the world. It is like a set of glasses, and our glasses equip us to be able to see the world differently. By now, we know that our belief system matters. Today, I'm going to tell you a couple of stories that illustrate this more. The first one relates to a legend about a Native American chief in the United States who was defeated in battle by the American President William Harrison in 1811. The legend that Tecumseh, or his brother
Tecumseh.
Tecumseh.
So you're going to start again.
Right.
The legend is that Tecumseh.
Just a second. Okay. Happy with the legend?
The legend is that
Okay. Whenever I roll, you can go.
The legend is that Tecumseh or his brother supposedly put a curse on Harrison and all future presidents elected. That every 20 years, the sitting president would die while being president. So, William Harrison was elected in 1840, died of pneumonia 1 month after his inauguration. Abraham Lincoln, who was elected in 1860, was assassinated. James Garfield in 1880 was shot in the back. William McKinley, elected in 1900, was shot while shaking hands with well-wishers. William Harding, elected in 1920, died of a stroke and of a heart attack. It was long rumored that his wife had poisoned him. Franklin D. Roosevelt, elected in 1940 for a third term, suffered hemorrhage and died.
Just Franklin D. Roosevelt.
I think, can we do that one again? There was one little error earlier.
Uh-huh.
No, that's fine. You can go Franklin D. Roosevelt. Oh, sorry, William Harding. Can we start
William
with, because
Harding.
you said died of a stroke and heart attack.
Oh, a heart attack. Yeah, I see. That's
William
sickness again.
Harding.
Yeah, okay. William Harding, elected in 1920, died of a stroke or a heart attack. It was long rumored that his wife had poisoned him. Franklin D. Roosevelt, elected in 1940 for a third term, suffered hemorrhage and died. John F. Kennedy was elected in 1960, was assassinated. Ronald Reagan was elected in 1980. Legend has it that pastors came to Reagan and told him about this supposed curse. He repented, there was an attempt on his life, and legend has it that this curse was broken. The world is puzzled by this, but we know that belief systems matter.
They do that again.
Yeah.
So, the world is puzzled by this, but we know that belief systems matter. Because you're going to repeat that statement again and again, so get that right.
The world is puzzled by this, but we know that belief systems matter. In the next story, we're going to speak about Haiti. In 1804, Haiti was colonized by the French. The government of the day made a pact with the spirits, saying, if you free us from the French, we will dedicate Haiti to voodoo spirits for the next 200 years. Voodoo is an ancient African religion that includes animal sacrifices and ancestral worship. The voodoo worship is connected with spirits through singing, dancing, and the use of snakes. There are special diets, ceremonies, rituals, spell castings, potions for healing and helping followers. Haiti is the only country in the world where the entire government is dedicated to the spirits. In April 2003, the then President John Aristide approved voodoo as the official religion in Haiti. Weddings or any ceremony that were reserved for Christian religions were now done in the name of voodoo. Aristide said, it is an ancestral religion and voodoo is an essential part of our national identity. I want to show you a photograph and it will come up on your screen now. Haiti shares an island with a country called the Dominican Republic. They are separated by the road that is in the middle of the photo. On the left, you have Haiti. On the right, you have the Dominican Republic. The Dominican Republic in itself is not a wealthy nation. Compared to Haiti, it is prosperous, healthy, full of resorts, and full of life. Haiti, on the left, is in desperate poverty. Time magazine said Haiti is the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. In the Dominican Republic, the average annual income per person is $5,400. Haiti is $760 per year. Literacy in the Dominican Republic is 90% compared with 49% in Haiti. They are separated by a road. The world is puzzled by this, but we know that belief systems matter. The next country that I want to speak about is Fiji, and it was once called the Cannibal Island. In 1867, the Reverend Thomas Baker and some of his Fijian followers
Excellent.
That's very good. You've got a lot of energy. I like it.
So good.
Thank you. Can we start from the next country?
Yes, you can. When you're ready.
Right.
No, you good?
Sorry, yeah, I just want to find out where and then.
Okay. While we're at it, let me just get my papers as well.
How are you feeling?
No, I think I'm
That's
getting
great,
there.
eh? Yeah.
I'm getting there.
Comes across so well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, the next country. Go. Ready? Steady.
The next country that I want to speak about is Fiji, and it was once called the Cannibal Island. In 1867, the Reverend Thomas Baker and some of his Fijian followers were killed by some of the local people. Their bodies were skinned on top of a hill. One of the witnesses to what happened said, "The people ate everything except the boots. The Fijians believed that as a result of this cannibalism, their nation was cursed. In this particular village where the massacre took place, there is no lush vegetation that is dominant in the region. Its 120 inhabitants struggled for years to feed themselves. The village doesn't have a school, roads. The village doesn't have a school, roads, or medical equipment. No child has been able to go beyond high school. In 2001, the Prime Minister called the Christians together for 3 weeks of prayer and Bible teaching. At the end of the day, there was a crowd of 10,000 people waiting to hear him speak to them. There was a general election that was about to happen, and he could easily have used this opportunity for political purposes. Instead, he spoke of the need of the nation to put themselves right in the eyes of God. He acknowledged that their efforts to rebuild the country would come to nothing if it were not rooted firmly in the love and the fear of God. He went on his knees, confessed his mistakes, and prayed on the platform that the Lord would forgive him and save him. They called all the members of the churches to accept responsibility for the state of the country, to pray to God to change the nation. Everywhere people joined them, humbled themselves, turned to the Lord, prayed and wept before him, acknowledged that their sins... Sorry,
we ran out.
Yeah.
Let's just go a little bit back.
He went, okay.
He went on his knees.
He went on his knees, confessed his mistakes, and prayed on the platform that the Lord would forgive him and save him. They called all the members of the churches to accept responsibility for the state of the country, to pray to God to change the nation. Everywhere people joined them, humbled themselves, turned to the Lord, prayed and wept before him, acknowledged their sins, and pleaded for the Lord's forgiveness and mercy. Since then, there's been a poverty reduction, a reduction in beggars on the street, and a crime reduction. School absenteeism. School absenteeism. Right. School absenteeism is down to nil. There's still some poverty, but there's been an increase in prosperity. Tourism has increased. The economy has progressed well beyond what other countries and the banks expected. Dead coral reefs have been brought back to life. Fish have been collected in areas where previously they couldn't find any fish. The land has become fertile. The land has become fertile, and the atmosphere of the whole country has changed. The coming together in praying and pleading for God to work was the key to God releasing his blessing on the country. The Prime Minister himself acknowledged that it was the prayers that had pulled the country back from the brink of disaster. The world is puzzled by this, but we know that belief systems matter. The turning point in this case has been the repentance of the people and the dedication of the land to the Lord. 2 Chronicles 7 verse 14 says, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land." We have learned in the Work for a Living program that belief systems matter. We have learned about poverty mindset. The poverty mindset says, I am poor, I will always be poor. I cannot change. This is the way that I am and nothing is going to change. My parents are poor, my grandparents are poor, and I will probably be the same. The consequence is that a person does nothing to change their circumstances. We know that entitlement says, I'm owed something. Somebody needs to do something for me. I'm waiting for someone to give me a lifeline. The poverty mindset and entitlement working together are devastating our communities and nation. There's a third mindset that, when added to poverty mindset and entitlement, causes even more trouble, and that is a secular worldview. The secular worldview says, why are we poor? We are poor because others are rich. We are poor because others have stolen from us, or the others have taken too big a share. The rich nations are rich because they have stolen from other poor nations. There are only many resources. Sorry. There are only so, yeah. Where do we start?
The rich nations.
So
Right,
we'll have
yes.
to facilitate a session, but I haven't told you.
Okay.
Is that fine?
Yeah. Where does it go in?
Before after 2 Chronicles 7:14.
Okay. Just a note. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
No. That's 100%. After 2 Chronicles.
Yeah. Before the poverty mindset.
Okay. Ready to go from the rich nations? Orange.
Okay.
Go. And 3, 2.
The rich nations are rich because they have stolen from other poor nations. There are only so many resources available. In other words, there's only so much cake and we don't have enough. The reason is because other people have taken too big a share of the cake and eaten it for themselves. The worldview says, my poverty is external to me. I have no or very little control over my poverty. My poverty is done to me by other people. It has got nothing to do with me. This mindset is seen in poor nations all over the world. It's taught by the media, universities, and by politicians. My problem is that the other people have money, possessions, and land. If someone gives me money, resources, or land, then my problems are going to be solved. According to this mindset, how can this problem of having too little be fixed? According to this mindset, it's simple. Redistribute resources, redistribute land, and redistribute money, because then our problems are solved. Governments that have adopted this thinking in the last 20 or 30 years include countries like Zimbabwe, Venezuela, and Algeria. They tell the people of their countries that they are poor because there are people who have taken it all. In Venezuela alone, according to the National Survey of Living Conditions, conducted by 3 major Venezuelan universities and other research groups, 1/3 of the country's population is currently skipping meals to survive. Zimbabwe has implemented the same policy, where wealth is acquired by taking from others, resulting in the suffering of its people. According to, please help me with the pronunciation. Reuters, okay. Reuters. According to Reuters, Algeria is a very wealthy country, but its people are poor. They are the world's 4th largest gas exporter and the 10th largest oil exporter, but they have 70% unemployment. What is the result of these 3 mindsets? People who sit at home hopeless because of the poverty mindset, doing nothing because of the poverty mindset and entitlement, waiting for someone to do something for them or give them something to change their lives because of entitlement, while blaming others for these circumstances and seeing how they can take from somebody else, a secular worldview. Besides the ones mentioned above, have a look at the following mindsets and see if any are relevant to you. The blame mindset says, someone made me poor. It's not my fault. They need to fix it. The worker mindset. In the workplace, it is us workers versus you bosses. They always exploit us. I will just do enough to get by, no more. I quit mindset. You start working, it gets tough, you quit. I do not need to work like this, or nobody is going to treat me like this. No fix or no solution mindset. I see a problem. It stops me in my tracks so that I can't carry on working. broken equipment, a field that keeps flooding, etc. So that I can't carry on working. I do nothing to fix it. No planning mindset. I start running out of stock. I only reorder stock once I have none left. Or I have a business strip planned that involves... Can I start from?
No planning.
No planning
So
mindset.
can I just say something there, Lutando? Say,
Yeah.
in my business, I run out of stock.
Okay.
I start running out of stock. So the no planning mindset, in my business, I start running out of stock.
Yes. In my business, I start running out of stock.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the no planning mindset, yeah.
Just a second. Okay, ready?
No planning mindset. In my business, I start running out of stock. I only reorder stock once I have none left. Sorry.
Tana, sorry. Just move a little bit to your right.
Okay.
Otherwise we're going to end up falling off. Sorry.
I see.
He's
Right.
used to moving across the
Yeah,
stage.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
I get that. Okay, ready?
Karen, can I ask you a favour? Do you
Yeah.
mind putting this down?
This.
So that I can just see your screen there,
sorry.
if that's okay. Thanks, man. And maybe say the no planning mindset.
Yes. Right.
Okay.
The no planning mindset. I start running out of stock.
In my
Okay, in my business.
Okay.
Okay. The no planning mindset. In my business, I start running out of stock. I only reorder stock once I have none left. Or I have a business trip planned that involves multiple stops. I do not plan ahead and book in advance. The lack of excellence. I am not excellent at my job. I'm often late and generally don't care much beyond my paycheck at the end of the month. My shop is not excellent. It's dirty. My signage is poor. When I planned
Sorry, you're going to have to do that again. Signage.
my signage, thank you.
That's just lack of excellence.
Lack of excellence. The lack of excellence. I'm not excellent at my job. I'm often late and generally don't care much beyond my paycheck at the end of the month. My shop is not excellent. It's dirty. My signage is poor. When I plant my vegetations, my lines are not straight.
Sorry,
So what?
It's my vegetables.
My vegetables. Oh, yeah,
Not
I didn't see.
vegetations. Let's do that one again.
Yes, thank you. The lack of excellence. I'm not excellent at my job. I'm often late and generally don't care much beyond my paycheck at the end of the month. My shop is not excellent. It's dirty. My signage is poor. When I plant my vegetables, my lines are not straight. So what? Leave for today. Everything I earn, I spend, most often on booze, clothes, or entertainment. I spend what I have on looking good and feeling good. I'm still young anyway. The growth worldview says, I can and have to work. What can I do with what I have in my hands? The empowered worldview says, life is tough, but I'm responsible for getting out of the situation. What can I do today to get started? The owner worldview says, someone may have done this to me, but how am I going to fix my life so that my children have a better future and don't suffer like I did? What is your combo? Poverty, entitled, blame, worker, quit, no solution, no planning, no excellent. Or growth, empowered, owner. Be brutally honest. Which combo suits you best? Or do you have elements of each? Tick off ones you sometimes see in yourself.
And it's a facilitator session.
All right.
So you haven't seen this.
No,
It's good, Anne. It's good though.
it's beautiful, Mama.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
I think it's going to be a good add-in.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So you don't have to go through that whole list, actually. It shouldn't have been there.
All right.
Okay. Consequences?
Now let's look at the consequences of these mindsets. The poverty mindset says, I am poor. I will always be poor. Nothing is going to change. Consequences. Each day, I watch the sun come up, and each day, I watch the sun go down. Doing nothing, watching TV. I know all the shows from morning till night. I never go out to look for opportunities because in my mind, I know that there are none. If people around me get opportunities, it's because they are lucky or know someone. The end result is always poverty and bitterness. Entitlement mindset says, someone owes me. Someone needs to fix my problems. Someone needs to get me out of this. Consequences. I spent my whole life waiting to be helped by government, NGOs, and politicians. Nothing changes, by the way. I never do anything to help myself and get angry in the process because no one is stepping up to help me out of and fixing my situation. The end result is always poverty and disappointment. The blame mindset says, someone made me poor. It's not my fault. They need to fix it. Consequences. I'm waiting for those people to fix my problems. When they fix it or pay back what I'm owed, then my life will be perfect. In the meantime, I will wait or I protest. The end result is always anger, distraction, dissatisfaction, and poverty.
Aeroplane. You're a natural, Rutando. Thank you. All those pastoring years, preaching years. Yeah, he's a preacher.
Thank you.
It's amazing. Eh?
Yeah.
Grabs it.
Thank you.
And this is a perfect workshop for you to do.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes, that's why I jumped for it.
I'm so
Well,
glad.
yeah.
Okay, just a second.
Yeah.
The worker mindset. I just want to make a quick improvement while we're waiting.
So be careful of putting your hands in your pockets too
All right.
often.
Okay.
Is it a big deal, Gerrit?
No, I looked at it every now and again. It's
He
fine.
doesn't do it too often.
But if you leave it there, it's
Yeah,
sort
so
of
just be aware
All
of
right.
it.
transparent.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if it's part of a movement and the pocket for a minute or so,
Yeah,
I think
it's
then
not a
I
big
can-
deal.
But don't get too comfortable with it.
All
I
right.
think that's the big thing. So I can just imagine how you start sort of just like you good to go?
Yes. The worker mindset. In the workplace, it is us workers versus you bosses. They always exploit us. I will just do enough to get by. No more. Consequences. I am not excellent, and as a result, never get promoted. This makes me even angrier, and I do even less. The end result is always poverty. I quit mindset. You start working, it gets tough. The supervisor shouts at you, you quit. I do not need to work like this, or nobody's going to treat me like this. Consequences. Who has worked for more than 2 years? Was your first year or two tough? Imagine you had quit. How would you... Sorry, can we start with consequences? Consequences. Who has worked for more than 2 years? Was your first or 2 years tough?
Start again.
Oh, sorry. Consequences. Who has worked for more than 2 years? Was your first year or two tough? Imagine you had quit. How would that have affected you now? What are the implications if you do not stick it out? Okay, please can we start that one? What are the implications?
I see we've got another plane coming, so maybe
Oh,
just
I
give
see.
it a second.
Okay.
I see.
Mhm.
So some of the planes literally come right across our house.
Yeah.
Sure.
Others are slightly off, so they're not a problem. But yeah.
It's funny, it's how the wind blows, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if the wind blows strong enough, they can come this side, on this side of the hill, quickly turn and land. But and the bigger planes as well, if the wind is not that strong, they go further out, around the
That's
outside.
not ideal, eh?
No, it's not ideal. Okay, are we good?
Right.
Okay.
The consequences.
Oh, sorry. Tell them to keep their toilet breaks full. For the breaks. Okay, 3, 2.
Consequences. Who has worked for more than 2 years? Was your first year or two tough? Imagine you had quit. How would that have affected you now? What are the implications if you do not stick it out in a job for 2 years or more? It shows employers that you have a lack of stickiness and that you cannot persevere, that you cannot dig deep. It is a real problem for you. The end result, you hop from job to job and never build a career. The end result is always poverty. It takes at least 2 years to break through in any job. If you quit, you have to start those 2 years of struggle all over again. The no fix, no solution mindset. I see a problem. It stops me in my tracks so that I can't carry on working. A broken pump, a broken window, a field that keeps flooding, animals that get sick, a leaking roof, etc. I do nothing to fix it. I eventually give up and my family will be poor for generations to come because I model that hopelessness to my children. The no planning mindset. I have a trip planned to buy stock for my shop that involves multiple stops. I do not plan ahead and book in advance. A trip that should take 1 day now takes 2 or 3. This directly affects profit in my job or business. I wonder why I never get ahead and why people eventually stop supporting me because my life is always chaotic. Lack of excellence. I am not excellent at my job. I'm often late and generally don't care much beyond my paycheck at the end of the month. My shop is not excellent. It's dirty. My signage is poor. When I plant my vegetables, my lines are not straight. So what? Because of poor spacing between my seeds and my crop fields. Okay, that's why, sorry. Yes. Lack of excellence. I am not excellent at my job. I'm often late and generally don't care much beyond my paycheck at the end of the month. My shop is not excellent. It's dirty. My signage is poor. When I plant my vegetables, my lines are not straight. So what? Because of poor spacing between my seeds, my crops yield only 60% of what I should because... Okay, sorry. So what? Yeah.
Do you understand the sentence?
Now I understand it. I didn't understand it.
Let's go from when I plant my vegetables.
Yeah. Where is that?
On the right hand side. Middle?
Oh yeah, now I see. When I plant my vegetables, my lines are not straight. So what? Because of poor spacing between my seeds, my crops yield only 60% of what I should because of wasted space. I never progress because subsistence...
Beyond.
Oh yes.
Let's go from there again when I plant my vegetables.
Okay.
Okay.
When I plant my vegetables, my lines are not straight. So what? Because of poor spacing between my seeds, my crops yield only 60% of what I should because of wasted space. I never progress beyond subsistence living. I make just enough.
Let's go from I never progress.
Yeah. I never progress beyond subsistence living. I make just enough not to starve. Live for today. Everything I earn, I spend. Most often on booze, clothes, or entertainment. I spend what I have on looking good and feeling good. I'm still young anyway. Consequences. I never upskill myself. I don't have enough money and don't see the need. The consequence is that the other people create wealth with their money while I eat and drink my money. End result is that as I start earning, I spend it all, always. I never have enough, I never invest, and I leave no inheritance for my children. The growth wealth view says, I can.
Sorry, can I just say, I would say, and then, because now we're getting into the positives.
Okay, and then.
The growth worldview says.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yes. And then the growth worldview says, I can and have to work. What can I do with what I have in my hands? Consequences. Every day I spend time doing something to generate an income, even if it is learning how I can progress, even though my circumstances are difficult. The empowered worldview says, life is tough, but I'm responsible for getting out of the situation. What can I do today to get started? Consequences. I am moving all the time, moving forward, planning my next steps. The owner worldview says, someone may have done this to me, but how am I going to fix my life so that my children have a better future and don't suffer like I did? Consequences. A person who works hard, progresses and leaves a legacy and an inheritance for their children's children. In their family, the yoke of poverty is broken.
Okay, can I just add something in? If I can, Gerrit, this part where he says, what is your combo? Earlier.
Yeah.
Can we move that to now? So it'll be better if you have it after, so you've said all the worldviews quickly,
Yes.
then the consequences, and now have a facilitator session where we say, what is your combo? Because I know we've sort of repeated this twice, but you know what? When they get this, it's like resources. It's like the resources worldview.
Yes.
I think when they get this and they start saying, sure, that's me, that's me, that's me, that's me, I don't want it, I want those last three.
Oh,
What do you think?
no, it's excellent, man.
I think it'll be better to
Yeah.
do it that way.
Yeah, it gets them thinking very deep.
So put it in after our belief systems matter a lot.
So what is your from? What is your combo
Yeah.
to owner worldview?
Yeah.
So you're going to add it to at the end here, after the yoke of poverty is broken,
Okay.
to where it is now.
Got it. It's easy to make a note here.
Do you want some water or something, Latanda?
Yes.
I'll be so.
You need to just take a breather.
Yes.
We're about halfway in this one, eh?
Thank you.
Can I give you one of these?
Yeah, that's perfect. Sorry, I don't know if that meaning I actually forgot to buy some water.
I think I'll ask Amy if she'll do that and get some more. You want to take a break or?
Yeah, we'll take
No,
a minute.
I think I can just carry on.
You just carry
Are
on.
you already in it?
Yeah.
Just wait for me.
Yeah, so you didn't end now with saying, you see, our belief systems
No.
do matter.
Ended with the false.
Okay, so we can start
Poverty.
now. So what's going to be now is a facilitator session, right? So we're actually in a facilitator session now. After the combo.
And then we come back after the facilitator session saying,
And then he says, you see,
see.
our belief systems do matter a
Yeah.
lot.
That's
Okay, good.
fine.
And then maybe just say, so today you're one of two people.
Work for a living, 2023, scene 2, take 1B.
So today,
Wait for me.
sorry.
There's someone at the door. Hello?
We're not watching you.
Is it dead?
It's a recording of what we did earlier.
Of what you did.
Yes.
He's good, eh?
anything.
Nothing.
Nothing. We're watching Rudy redoing everything.
Ah, no. A shame for it.
No.
It's really Apple.
He
He's
wants
not
to
like
cry. He wants to cry watching
Why?
himself.
Yeah, but it's good.
It's like
It
that.
is
What do you think?
Mm.
It is good. Rudy is good.
Yeah.
It is good.
And Lutana's a natural, yeah.
No, we need to see Lutanda. Come on.
Yeah.
We want to see you. Going good?
Getting there?
Okay.
But how do you feel?
No, it's
Have you
it's
done
good.
this before?
Never.
Okay, it's quite, when you get into it, it's great.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah?
very interesting. It's an experience, and yeah,
But it is nerve-wracking.
yeah, initially, but I think that the more I'm doing it,
Exactly. And one just
yeah.
has to concentrate because,
mm,
I mean, I've had times where I've repeated something and I just can't get it right. It
Sure.
just keeps going. And once gonna, it's hard. I mean, you've got to really concentrate on it. You know?
yeah, and sometimes the words just become very clear, and I miss some letters. Then
Yeah, no, but you've done
you
great.
know,
And we'll
yeah.
stop you when we do, when
Yeah.
we see that.
yeah.
Are you guys having coffee and stuff upstairs?
Yeah. Rudy has had coffee. What coffee?
What is it? Filter, like plunger?
It's
Instant?
instant.
Mm-mm. We've been spoiled at the centre.
I know.
But maybe Amy said she might
Gonna-
go and get
yeah.
for us.
She said she might go. She'll go. You want her to go now or later?
It's up to her. Maybe it's a good time to go now.
Because work is a bit long.
Will you ask her? Must I come ask her?
Oh, I can ask.
Sorry.
Okay. Will you ask her nicely and just say I will? I'll just reimburse you,
Okay, sure.
and she can just get some things.
Sure.
Snacks and
But,
things.
but coffee?
Yeah. Do you want a coffee, Claire?
That will be nice.
Cappuccino. Do
Cappuccino.
you want a coffee, Lutando?
Yeah, coffee will do.
There's
Mm.
two coffee shops.
Cappuccino. Yeah.
Muslims are upstairs. Just at the shopping centre close by. There's a Vida and a.
Vida. Maybe go to Vida, yeah.
Okay, and there's a local one as well, Alchemy.
Will there be like a little shop there as well?
Yeah, there's
Spark.
Woolies and a Pick and Pay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Will you ask her if she mind? Tell her I'll just reimburse her.
Sure, I will.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I think we're up and running again. Were you talking about the words becoming fuzzy now?
yeah,
Okay, then we've
yeah,
got it
but-
right.
yeah.
Where are we?
So today,
So,
You see, so you're going to start with how you see your systems do matter.
all right. Mm.
okay. Let's check everything. I'm really having an aeroplane here. Just a second, just want to make a mark. This is 1B, take 1B. We're going from 3 minutes, 40 seconds onwards. Sandra, are you good?
Yes.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm trying to just, where does this creativity come from? I'm trying to figure out where because I haven't got the facilitator sessions here.
Okay.
So give me 1 second. So it's
Oh,
the
okay.
picture. If call runs out. But I can also tell you afterwards. Or is it better if I tell you now?
No, you tell me afterwards. Okay. And we're going until
Okay,
4
I've got it.
minutes 30 already. 5, 4.
You see, our belief systems do matter a lot. Today, you are one or two people. You are either Today, you are one or two people. One of two people. Sorry. Yeah. Today, you are one of two people. You either believe that resources are limited.
Let's do that again because
Yeah.
it's an important part.
Yeah. Today, you are one of two people. You either believe that resources are limited and poverty is external to you. You have no
Sorry,
control.
So this is, I think poverty is external to you. The emphasis is on the word external.
External. Yeah.
Because that's the point. People think it's not me.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
I've got a friend. So this is the exact reason why I created this to go downstairs. Because we were shooting in Cape Town and we had an issue with a fly. And I was so frustrated that I said, I'm done. I'm doing my own thing now. We're not going to use other studios. And now I've got a fly.
It's like a moth or something. Is it a moth?
Yes,
I think it's a fly. Yeah.
It wants to go to the lights.
Yeah, let me just get some Judy if you don't mind.
No
I'm not
problem.
gonna use a lot. Just
No
just
problem.
need to sort this out.
I also want to see what will we discover next. I think we've underutilized this workshop. You know, I think this workshop will come into its own now because it's got strong points.
Very strong points.
You know?
Yeah, very strong points. And for
Seems like we've run out of doom. But Amy's gonna get some.
yeah.
So we want to see if we can.
Swat it.
Where's it now?
I don't see it
see it.
anymore.
Okay,
I haven't
let's-
seen it. Yeah.
Because it's been here the whole time.
Okay.
I know about it from when Rudy was busy.
Yeah.
So let's just. I'm so sorry about that.
No problem.
That's so frustrating.
So poverty is external to you.
Okay, can we start again from
UC.
UC?
You see.
From 7 minutes. 5. Okay. Ready?
You see, our belief systems do matter a lot. Today, you are one of two people. You either believe that resources are limited and poverty is external to you. You have no control over it, and the only way of getting resources is from getting it from somebody else, or you are a person who believes. Yeah, let's do that again. Please,
number
can we start
one,
from today? Yeah,
You
number
either believe that resources are limited, so the focus is on limited and external.
and external.
And then number two, or you're a person who believes that resources can be grown and developed.
Awesome. Today, you are one of two people. Number one, you either believe that resources are limited and poverty is external to you. You have no control over it, and the only way of getting resources is from getting it from somebody else. Number two, you are a person who believes that resources can be grown or developed. The second person understands that resources are not limited. Anything is possible. I can make something out of nothing. Resources do not come from the ground, but from the human imagination, human creativity, and human innovation. I want to show you the roller drum. How has this concept of the roller drum made life so much easier for so many rural women? The drum itself that carries water is not a new innovation. For years, women have been going down to rivers with their buckets or drums for water. However, the concept of rolling it is a new innovation, a human innovation that created wealth for the inventors. What did they need to develop the concept of the roller drum? Did they need a huge education? No, they needed a creative thought to solve a problem. We are given human imagination, human creativity, and human innovation by God. It's the wealth of human innovation, creativity, and imagination that takes that resource and gives it value. To illustrate it further, what is coal? Coal in its natural state, hidden beneath the earth's surface, holds no value whatsoever. It's simply a grimy rock. Someone looks at the coal and says, "This burns well. Let's use it to power trains and steamships. They began using it for the production of iron and steel. Later, they discovered its potential to generate electricity. However, in its natural states, it holds no value. Yet, through human ingenuity.
Ingenuity.
Okay.
Can we do it again? And it's grimy rock. Sorry, can we do it?
Grimy.
From the beginning of coal.
Yeah, is it grimy rock?
Grimy rock.
Yeah.
Simply, I would change that. I don't know where that word comes from. It's just dirty rock.
Yeah.
I don't know why there's just a grimy rock. I've never heard of a grimy rock.
Should I use
Simply
dirty?
A dirty rock.
Okay. To illustrate it further, what is coal? Coal in its natural state, hidden beneath the earth's surface, holds no value whatsoever. It's simply a dirty rock. Someone looks at the coal and says, "This burns well. Let's use it to power trains and steamships." They began using it for the production of iron and steel. Later, they discovered its potential to generate electricity. However, in its natural state, it holds no value. Yet through human ingenuity and creativity, it was given purpose and worth. Then someone discovered oil, a worthless, smelly liquid. As it lies in the ground, it means nothing. But once again, human creativity gave it its purpose and value. And today, oil drives the world's economy. What about land? Land on its own is worthless. The value of the land has to be brought out. When it's cultivated or when it's used for a purpose, value is built into the land. What do you think will be discovered next? Do you think everything's been discovered? What about the internet? What about microchips used in computers and that are made? Okay, what about internet? Can we start there? What about the internet? What about microchips used in computers that are made from sand? A desert full of sand can be used to make microchips that drives computers, that drive the world's economy. Glass is made from sand. Where does this creativity come from? Human imagination, human creativity, human innovation. Discuss that now.
So there's a facilitator session. Good.
Yes. We need to understand that the value and worth of a resource lie in how it is utilized and what is done with it. We need to shift our mindsets away from the belief that resources are limited. If we continue to think this way, we might start believing that we cannot achieve success because others have already claimed all the resources. If the wealthy countries or wealthy people have used all the resources, then there is no help for us. We may as well sit at home and do nothing. Remember, worldview is a set of ideas held by a group of people that influences behavior. The rumors circulating in your community, the gossip spreading within your family, the chatter echoing through your streets, or even the discussions within your ethnic group does not mean it is the truth. Be careful of people who are hopeless and who speak hopelessness into your life. They tell you that the only way to get something is to take it from somebody else. You have the ability, creativity, innovation, and imagination given to you by God to create something out of nothing. I was recently reading a story about a man named Darrow Miller. He and his wife were visiting the valley of Megiddo in Israel. This is a desert in Israel. While they were out in the desert, they saw a huge planted forest. Darrow asked the guide, "What is this huge forest in the middle of the desert?" The guide told him the following. There were two groups of people living here. The first group believed that God cursed this land and it was just a desert. The second group believed that this was the land of milk and honey. Within 2 generations, these people were exporting fruit, flowers, and trees from the very same land while the others were still poor. What is the difference between the two groups of people? Did one group of people have gold in their piece of land? Did another group have oil in their piece of land? Or was it that one group had more water in the land? Surprisingly, none of these were true. Both pieces of land were nothing but barren deserts. What is the difference between the two groups of people? The difference is the vision that they had for the land. The belief that the human imagination, creativity, and ability to innovate can create something out of nothing with which they can support themselves. In short, the difference between the two groups was worldview. Gila Garaway said, God has given every people group. Can I start? Is it Gila Garaway?
Gila Garaway
Okay.
God has given every people group in the world
Okay.
a land.
Right. Gila Garaway said, God has given every people group in the world a land. When he comes back, he's going to ask each nation, what have you done with the land that I've given you? What have you done with South Africa and Kenya? What have you done with the Philippines, Mexico, Haiti, and Nigeria? Case study. What have...
Sorry.
Okay.
So, yeah, let's say, let's do a case study.
Okay.
What have we done with the Transkei?
Right.
Okay.
Should it call it the Transkei or the former Transkei? Because I
Yes,
think,
yes.
Right.
Is it not called the Transkei at all?
They don't call it anymore.
What do
They call it the former Transkei.
Oh.
So it's just Eastern
Good.
Cape all the way. Yeah.
So let's do a case study. What have we done with the former Transkei?
Maybe just step forward, just do
Onto
the
the
box.
white
Oh, step
lines,
forward. Okay.
where the little white steps are.
Okay. Right.
Okay. Are we ready?
Let's do a case study. What have we done with the former Transkei? So people want the land, right? Some people want the successful farms in... Okay, can we start again?
Yeah. Second. Okay.
So let's do a case study. What have we done with the former Transkei? So people want the land, right? Some people want the successful farms in Queenstown or those near Margate or in KZN because they are working well and look rich. They say, that land is our solution. There's something special about that particular piece of land. Sorry.
Do it again.
Yeah.
Let's go with they say.
They say, that land is our solution. There's something special about that particular piece of land. They must have resources that we don't know about. To them, the resources, the land is the solution. Actually, the land on its own is not the value, Actually, the land on its own is not that valuable. It's what we do with the land that makes it valuable. Another person with a different worldview looks at the former Transkei, which is so close to Queenstown and Margate, but mostly undeveloped, and says, wow, forget the Queenstown and Margate farms. I want that. Rivers, beautiful black rich soil, rolling hills. The former Transkei has the most arable land in Africa. It has the largest river system in South Africa, even larger than the Orange River, which is the breadbasket area of South Africa. The successful farms are successful because of the innovation, imagination, creativity, and hard work of the person farming the land. Recently, many South African farmers moved to Zambia because the Zambian government wants successful South African farmers and is incentivizing them to come and farm there. For the first time in history, South Africa has become a mass importer of maize. From where? Zambia. If we are not careful, we could get the land, and if we don't know what to do with it or do anything with it, it will be useless to us. The magic is not the land. It is what?
Can you repeat that? Magic.
The magic.
Yeah.
Okay. The magic is not the land. It is what is inside of us. What God puts in us. Sorry. The magic. Can I start with the magic? The magic is not the land. It is what is inside of us. What God puts in us. What makes us thrive as farmers, manufacturers. Okay.
Sorry, that's my mistake. It should be manufacturers, comma, business owners,
Okay.
and innovators.
Yeah. The magic is not the land. It is what is inside of us. What God puts in us. What makes us thrive as farmers, manufacturers, business owners, and innovators. Do not listen to people who make you think that the land is a means to an end. Recently, someone in our class mentioned how he owned land in Tofimvaba in the former Transkei, which is covered in blue gums. So nothing grows. Everyone wants to move away to greener pastures. Yet, he has released that the wealth is
Yet he has
realized. Yeah. Everyone wants to move away to greener pastures. Yet, he has realized that the wealth is in its hands. Is in his hands.
Let's do it again.
Yeah.
The wealth is in his hands, in his mind.
All right.
If he cuts down the trees, he will literally have the most beautiful green pastures.
Okay.
So let's go from everyone wants to move to greener pastures.
Yeah. Everyone wants to move to greener pastures.
No.
Everyone wants to move away. Yeah. Okay. Everyone
let's
wants
do
to move
the
away.
the Koffenwaber thing again. Recently.
Yeah. Recently, someone in our class mentioned how he owned land in Tofimvaba in the former Transkei, which is covered in blue gums. So nothing grows. Everyone wants to move away to greener pastures. Yet, he has realized that the wealth is in his hands, in his mind. If he cuts down the trees, he will literally have the most beautiful green pastures. A woman was sitting in our class in one of our Work for a Living centers. At the end of this class, she said, I have land in the former Transkei. It stands empty. Nothing is growing on it. What am I doing here? Looking for a cashier job? Tonight.
I think can we just do that to the woman? So I think it must be I have land in the Transkei. It stands empty. No, okay, you got right. And then she was like, what am I doing here?
Awesome.
Looking for a cashier job. You know what I mean?
Yes. A woman was sitting in our class in one of our Work for a Living centers. At the end of this class, she said, I have land in the Transkei, in the former Transkei.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, let's do it again. A woman was sitting in our class in one of our Work for a Living centers. At the end of this class, she said, I have land in the former Transkei. It stands empty. Nothing is growing on it. What am I doing here? Looking for a cashier job. Tonight, I'm going to speak to my husband. We need to go home and farm.
Facilitator session.
Yeah.
Good. This is a nice add-in, hey?
Yes, it is awesome.
Yeah.
It is
And
awesome.
I'm glad you're doing it authentically
Thank
from
you.
yourself, because you know some of the facilitators are coloured or white, and it's it's coming from you, and I think it's like, hey guys,
Yeah,
we need to start thinking.
yeah,
I mean it's so topical still.
yeah. No,
From
it
the
is.
day that we filmed this thing.
No, it is. It is. And so much relevant for the times we are in
Exactly.
as a country. And this is a message that must be coming out of our communities.
Cool, we good?
Yeah.
Everyone happy?
Yes.
Yes, it's lunchtime. I can feel it in my
Coffee.
body. Okay. In 2020, right?
Yes.
Okay.
In 2020, one of our graduates, Bomikazi, sent us this pic. She had completed Work for a Living and then wired for business.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was just going to ask now. So her surname is Madikizela.
Matikizela, yeah.
Let me just make sure. Madikizela, Bomakazi Madikizela.
Yes.
So let's put her whole name in there.
Yes.
And picture probably is better. So obviously we'll insert the picture there.
Picture.
Gerrit?
Right.
Yeah.
In 2020, one of our graduates, Bomikazi Matikizela, sent us this picture. She had completed work for a living and then Wired for Business. She put her family through Wired for Business as well. She then started a Wired for Business group with 17 people from her community. This is what her land looked like in Bizana. This is her business now. Okay. Now I
So
understand.
a photo will come up now.
Okay.
Okay.
Now I understand.
Oh, yeah, I've got
Yeah.
pictures.
Beautiful. Yeah, I saw this one. Yeah. This is her business now. 4.5 hectares, 2 hectares of maize, 2 hectares of veg, 17 pigs.
Okay, let's do it again. Macadamia trees.
Macadamia,
So it's hectares.
Hectares. Yeah.
So 17 pigs, macadamia trees.
Macadamia.
Yeah. Okay. This is her business now.
This is her business now. 4.5 hectares, 2 hectares of maize, 2 hectares of veg, 17 pigs, macadamia trees. They buy and sell 100 chickens per month and have started a crèche with 40 kids. She has also bought an Uber car. They now teach the community kids to farm. She said the following: "My name is Bomikazi Matikizela. I'm 28 years old and grew up in Bizana, in rural former Transkei, South Africa. Sorry. Can I start that?" She said. Can I start?
Yes.
It's already
said the
rolling.
following.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, can you
you
bring it
see,
down? Yeah.
Sometimes it goes a little bit out of sync.
Thank you. It's fine now. She said the following: "My name is Bomikazi Matikizela. I am 28 years old and grew up in Bizana, in the rural former Transkei, South Africa. Work for a living really opened my mind to see what we have all."
That we have all.
Okay.
And remember, rural former Transkei, South Africa. You were
Yes.
waiting a little
I
bit
waited.
between the two.
Yeah.
She said the following.
She said the following: "My name is Bomikazi Matikizela. I am 28 years old and grew up in Bizana in rural former Transkei, South Africa. Work for a living really opened my mind to see what we have all the things we need.
That we have
That we have all the
not
things
what
we
have,
need.
so
Yeah,
that
we.
we have all the things.
Right. Let me start again. She said the following.
And remember Transkei, South Africa. You can
Transkei.
even leave South Africa.
Yeah.
Say South Africa. I think it's good. I think it's good.
Yeah. She said the following: "My name is Bomikazi Matikizela. I am 28 years old and grew up in Bizana, in rural Transkei, South Africa. Work for a living really opened my mind to see that we have all the things we need to improve our lives and that we do not have an excuse to stay poor. Many young people in our country have an entitlement mentality. They expect the government, the education system, or their parents to do something to better their lives. I've learned that if you start believing that no one owes you anything, your mind becomes free and you can achieve success for yourself and your community. You will know that the truth, and the truth will set you free."
Repeat this.
Oh, you will know the truth, yeah. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
Discuss.
Discuss this now.
Okay. So let's just do that again.
Okay.
We'll have to do that again.
Yes.
It's fine.
I mean, it's a powerful story. That
No, it
story
is.
Of her, eh?
It is.
Do you
It
want to
is.
take the whole story?
It's
No, I
liberating.
think you did the story well.
Okay, which part do you want to do?
So just the you will know,
You will know the
and
truth.
the truth will set you free.
Yeah.
Discuss these stories now,
Okay.
because you're now going to discuss everything.
Yes.
Or Makazi's story.
You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Discuss these stories now. What can I do to get this mindset? What can we do to have a new mindset and not be hindered by the wrong way of thinking. Wealth does not come from the ground, but it comes from the human creativity, imagination, and innovation. I have little, but I have my hands, I have my brain, and I have courage. What can I do? We need to understand that our minds have been set by culture. Sometimes the mindset of our culture becomes the ruler of our lives, dictating our actions and decisions. The way people in our culture discuss things and the perspectives we hold greatly influence our way of life. Remember, worldview is a set of ideas held by a group of people, a whole culture group that influences behavior. I want to share with you a true story. In the 1400s, there was a king called Henry the Navigator. He wanted to find a route from Europe to India for trade. Keep in mind that this was in the 1400s. He sent out one ship and instructed the captain to keep sailing until he discovered a region abundant in spices. Which at that stage, sorry, can I start with that one?
So Gerrit, this diagram is going to go in there, but it's in the old one.
Yeah. Can I start from in the 1400s?
Oh,
Yeah, I want to share with you a true story.
from the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's too. You have already passed. Yeah. Oh, it's gone again.
I want to share with you a true story that much.
Yes.
Okay. It's running a bit late, I see.
Yeah. I want to share with you a true story. In the 1400s, there was a king called Henry the Navigator, and he wanted to find a route from Europe to India for trade. Keep in mind that this was in the 1400s. He sent out one ship and instructed the captain to keep sailing until he discovered a region abundant in spices, which at that stage was India. This ship went off and eventually they came back and they said, "No, unfortunately, it can't be done. We have reached the end of the world." In those days, they believed that the world was flat. Henry sent another ship and they came back with the same story. Over 10 years, he sent 13 ships. All reached the end of the world. This was a common view at the time, that the world stops at a specific point, and if you go further, you will fall off. These were the views of the educated people of the day. Henry sent a 14th ship. There was a storm, and the 14th ship was blown out into the Atlantic Ocean. They sailed back to the Atlantic coast and they passed this place that was previously known as the end of the world. The previous 13 ships had all got stuck in the sandbank that was stretched out into the Atlantic. It was known as part of the Spanish Sahara, a place where the desert extended out into the sea. These ships reached these sandbanks and thought this must be the end of the world. What is the consequence of this? The consequence was the discovery of the sea route from Europe to India that opened trade between Europe and Asia. What limited the discovery of the previous 13 ships? Was it reality? No, it was their mind and the culture of the day. Okay.
Let's do that one again.
Yeah. What limited the discovery of
previous 13 ships?
What limited the discovery of the previous 13 ships? Was it reality? No, it was their mind and the culture of the day limited their discovery. What limits your development?
No, what limits your
What
development?
limits your... Okay.
Sorry, let's do that. What limited the discovery again?
What limited the discovery of the previous 13 ships? Was it reality? No, it was their mind and the culture of the day limited their discovery. What limits your development? Does reality limit you or does your mind limit you? Secondly, we need a renewing of our mind. Romans 12 verse 2 says, "Do not copy the behaviors and customs of this world, but let God transform you into a new person by changing the way that you think. Then you will learn to know God's will for you, which is good and pleasing and perfect. We need a renewing of our mind, a new way of thinking. Remember, we have glasses on. Okay.
Sorry, that's my mistake. We have glasses on, and this is our worldview.
Okay. Remember, we have glasses on, and this is our worldview. These glasses will determine the kind of nation and communities that you build. God has glasses that allow us to see reality in the way that He wants us to see it. A full life in every sense of the word. This is called a biblical worldview. I want to illustrate this through the analogy. Okay, am I correct? Analogy.
Yeah. Analogy.
Okay.
100% right.
Can we do that? A full life in every sense of the
Yes.
Yeah.
word, and emphasis
And
on
obviously the
biblical.
tree comes
Biblical
here when
worldview.
he speaks about the tree.
A full life in every sense of the word. This is called a biblical worldview. I want to illustrate this through the analogy of a tree. The roots of the tree are your belief systems. It serves as your power supply. It includes your culture, your parents, and everything that shapes you. Essentially, it is the engine that nurtures future growth. From there is the tree trunk. The tree trunk is our values, and our values come from our belief system. The branches illustrate behavior, and behavior comes from your value system. Your value system comes from your belief system, which comes from your culture, your parents, etc. Finally,
So let's just let this blank pass.
Are you good?
yes,
You're nearly
yes, I'm
there.
good.
It's quite a day this actually if you think worldview 2 and then truth in words. It's like quite a mind shift day for our
Yeah.
students.
Yeah,
It's a good day.
oh, it is.
Everybody happy?
Yeah.
I've got no idea where we are.
Finally.
Are we on
Yeah.
page 14
Yeah.
or 16?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We're there.
I don't have page numbers, so 14 or 16, so you only have 14, 15. So if it's on this page then. Okay.
Finally, the fruit of the tree is the consequences of your belief system. Your belief system determines the fruit of your life. An example of this would be where in the roots of a specific culture, they believe that women are inferior to men. Many cultures believe that. Do you know what the fruit of
Many
that is?
cultures
Yeah,
believe.
many cultures believe that. Let me start. Many cultures believe that. Do you know what the fruit of that is? There are 200 million fewer women in the world due to the intentional abortion and the killing of baby girls than baby boys. The belief is that girls are less valuable than boys. There are serious consequences to that. For example, in several countries across the Middle East, there are many more males than females. In Oman, women are outnumbered 3-1. In the United Arab Emirates, it's almost 4-1. What other lies do we believe from our belief systems and our culture? Work is a curse. What is the fruit of that? I am poor. I will always be poor. I can't change. What is the fruit of that? I have no control over my future. What is the fruit of that? I am at the mercy of the spirits. What is the fruit of that? I am poor because of somebody else. What is the fruit of that? Resources are limited. I'm not capable of creating for myself. What is the fruit of that? I can only be successful if others are not. What is the fruit of that? Discuss this now.
Facilitate a session. How good?
Standing here. That
Huh?
was awesome.
Natural.
Yeah. I'm standing here listening.
Is it upstairs?
No, I was standing here.
Is it showing upstairs?
Yes, it's
though?
showing upstairs.
Okay.
Amy only saw the message that she's supposed to get to now. So she's
that's
asking
That's
if
fine.
she
No.
can go
Yeah,
back.
I think
We're happy with the
Okay.
fly.
Okay.
Sort it out, but
Okay, here's yours.
thanks so much. I appreciate it. Let's see if I can use my shelves for this. I just continue to.
Put it here.
Yes, please.
It's going well, eh? But you like the add-ins for Worldview too?
I like them. When I saw them, I was like,
Yeah. I think
interesting.
it fits in well, yeah.
Interesting.
Which part? The land part.
The land part.
It's good that we're doing it.
Yeah.
In case people just don't get it.
Yeah.
They don't how to express it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
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 I like those parts that are added, like
Yeah.
the which other one that is
Bomakazi.
Ubumikazi,
Ubumikazi.
Matikizela, yeah, it's a very nice
Yeah.
one.
I got
It's a very
myself.
nice one. It's a
Yeah.
practical way, and I love the fact that we mention names, we show pictures, so
And
that
it's the person
so that there's no
that's
excuse.
Yeah.
So that there's no excuse.
No excuse.
So that there's
That
no
must be
excuse.
our motto from now on.
Yeah.
No excuse.
There's no
I
excuse.
love it.
Okay.
That's
Well done, Lutando.
Thank you.
So the essence of a lot of this.
Yeah.
Getting you correct. Sorry,
Yeah, exactly. There's no excuse.
Yeah.
Like, get on with it.
Yeah.
There's a few other things I could say, but I won't. Like, grow up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get on with it.
Okay, where are we taking
Pull
it
yourself
from? Sorry,
together.
I got sidetracked totally now. Discuss this now.
Yeah.
I realized I had to just quickly send a message to the lady that's picking up my kids from school, a friend of ours. So I just had.
Oh, okay. Is that fine?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, we're good. Root of polity.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just see. Carry on from. So you cut a bit. 42.50. 42.50. We start in 5 seconds.
The root of poverty is in the lies that we believe, not in the lack of resources. Revelations 20 verse 7 to 10 says, "And Satan will come to deceive and mislead the nations, which are the four corners of which are in the four." Can I repeat the Revelations? Yeah, I missed one letter. Revelations 20 verse 7 to 10 says, "And Satan will come to deceive and mislead the nations, which are in the four corners of the earth." John chapter 8 verse 31 says, "If you continue in my word, you are my disciples, and the truth shall set you free." We need to look for the truth. The foundation for a community's destruction is to believe the lies. The foundation for a community's development is knowledge and truth. Proverbs 23 verse 7 says, "As a man thinks, so he is." There's a saying, and it's not easy to hear. It is easier to take a person out of the slum than it is to take the culture of the slum out of their minds. History tells us that the Israelites were enslaved for 400 years. History tells us. History tells us that the Israelites were enslaved for hundreds of years. They suffered at the hands of the Egyptians through many plagues that God, through many plagues that God, I think, it's a new sentence. History tells us that the Israelites were enslaved for hundreds of years. They suffered at the hands of the Egyptians through many plagues that God sent against the Egyptians. The history book tells us that the Israelites were eventually set free. For 40 years, the Israelites saw miracles every single day. For 40 years, manna fell from heaven in the morning and quails fell in the evening. Despite seeing all of these miracles and being set free, they continuously wanted to go back to Egypt. They wanted to go back to slavery, and they grumbled about it. These people were set free from the physical captivity, but they were still enslaved in their minds. Remember, it is easier to take a person out of the slum and out of slavery than it is to take the culture of slavery out of their minds. Most of us are free from physical slavery and free from oppression, but is your mind free? Galatians 4 says, "Why do you keep going back to those weak and miserable principles? Do you want to be enslaved by them all over again? Colossians 2:8 says, see to it that no one takes you captive through hollow, deceptive philosophy, thinkings which depend on human traditions and the basic principles of the world rather than on Christ. Are you free in your mind, or are you still captive and a slave? Can I repeat that? Are you free in your mind, or are you still captive and a slave? Here is a thought.
Sorry, can you do that again? It sounds like, are you free in your mind, or are you still captive? So, are you free in your mind, or are you still captive and a slave?
Okay. Are you free in your mind, or are you still captive and a slave? Here is a thought. For those of us who lived in an oppressive community or country, for example, where there was apartheid, colonialism, or slavery, what if God was the one who set us free, just like the Israelites?
I think there, Lutando, you need to say, what if God was the one who set us free?
Okay.
So do you understand the implications
Yes.
of this?
Mm.
We're comparing our nation to the Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, what if God set us, is the one who set us free, and God said, listen, I'm going to set you free. But when you set free, you better remember me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And what are we doing? So that's the
Yeah.
part around it.
Yeah. Can I start it from the top? Here is a thought.
Yeah, where is the thought? Yeah.
Just a second. Okay.
Here is a thought. For those of us who lived in an oppressive community or country, for example, where there was apartheid, colonialism, or slavery, what if God was the one who set us free, just like the Israelites were set free from the Egyptians? The Israelites, despite being set free, grumbled and complained and wandered around aimlessly for many years, many years, disobeying God continuously, and God let them wander, and most of them never entered the promised land. 2 Chronicles 7 verse 14 says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. Let's make sure that this is not us. Thirdly, we need a biblical worldview. Do you live an examined life or an unexamined life? Will you be willing to consider how your thinking affects your life? Do you want to live an examined life? Or will you choose not to think about how your thinking affects your life? And be living an unexamined life? Will you examine and investigate your mindset and see if the fruit of your life is good? What does a biblical worldview look like? A biblical worldview involves harnessing your creativity and making the most of what you have. It's about using your imagination to transform the ordinary into something extraordinary. It's asking God for wisdom every day. It's the ability to create something out of nothing. Use what you have to create a job or to start a business. You serve God and the people around you with gratitude and humility. Many of you are already doing it as you are serving people in your communities daily. A biblical worldview is where you bend your will to God's way of doing things. You find God's way of doing things in His manual, the Bible. Your thinking is as follows. The impossible is possible because I serve a God who outdreams me completely. Ephesians 3 verse 20 says, God is able to do infinitely more than you may ask or imagine. Isaiah 55 verse 8 says, my thoughts are nothing like your thoughts, says the Lord, and my ways are far beyond anything you could imagine. Deuteronomy 28 verse 12 says, the Lord will open to you His good treasury, the heavens, to give the rain to your land in its season and to bless the work of your hands. And you shall lend to many nations, but you shall not borrow. Second Corinthians 9 verse 8 says, and God will generously provide all you need. Then you will always have everything you need and plenty left over to share with others. Do you live an unexamined life? What is your worldview? Is it the worldview that you want? Ask God to show you his worldview and watch what happens. Deuteronomy 30 verse 19 says, today I am giving you a choice of two ways. And ask heaven, and I ask heaven. Can I start Deuteronomy again? Yeah.
I just want to quickly see. I think we're a little bit out of sync again.
It's the last group.
Yeah. Deuteronomy 30 verse 19 says, today I am giving you a choice of two ways, and I ask heaven and earth to be witnesses of your choice. You can choose life or death. The first choice will bring you a blessing. The other choice will bring you a curse. So choose life, then you and your children will live.
Love it. Yeah, that's a good session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lord.
Thank you.
Hey, how are you
Thank you.
feeling?
No, I'm feeling good.
That's great,
I really
eh?
love it. It's helping me as I'm reading, yeah. And it's like, this is not stuff that I facilitate every day.
Okay.
I think saying it loud makes it real, and it
Yes.
affirms it even to me.
Yeah.
I think if I have to facilitate it to the next class, I will do it.
And interesting, Lutando, this is probably the workshop you struggled the most with when you came for Train the Trainer. He gave me a hard time. He argued with me. He's like, no, I don't agree with you. And then I don't know, the Lord just did something.
No, I think really
and
that,
now
that
you're passionate about this specific topic.
and really that's a very funny part, because I think my going to church was a Damascus kind of experience with this, and I think God gave me an ability to be open-minded
Yeah.
and to read it not with the lenses of the worldview that I carried
Yes.
before coming to George, and the scales really fell off. And
Yeah.
when they fell off, I became more passionate.
Yeah.
Like Paul was persecuting the church, now he was the great defender of the church.
Yeah.
So I'm an advocate of what is said here
Yeah.
in worldview
That's
too.
awesome.
So yeah.
There's
So
a lot of
thank you.
things in life that are like that.
Yeah.
Where I sometimes feel like the Lord allows people to go down a certain road in not in order to be against something, but to
Yeah.
see the other side
Yes.
before He takes you where He wants you to
Yeah,
go.
Mm.
Because
absolutely.
then you are the best advocate for that, because you can say, listen, I also didn't believe this,
Yeah.
but this is what happened,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I'm now
Yeah.
convinced that it's
Absolutely.
this way.
Yeah.
My life is a very big testament of this whole thing.
Wow.
So, let's open up a bit, see if we can get this fly out.
Am I done for now? So.
I think you're done now. We'll go upstairs.
teleprompter makes a huge difference. I mean, imagine we were doing it without. It would have been very, very different.
Let's just see. Sorry. Seat. Sounds very familiar. Please sit down. Just give me 5 more minutes.
Thanks, Amy, for getting all the things. I just got your message
Pleasure.
now.
Oh, no. I just made a call. Oh, must I move?
No, we're moving now.
Okay.
I didn't anticipate this, so I need to figure a few things out. Not major, just takes a little bit more time.
So, let's just quickly think. What are we sitting with? We're sitting with, where's our list? Oh, Chantal. So we don't forget.
Like the
them.
order.
Yeah.
She sent it in an email on a spreadsheet.
Yeah. So we've got some good ones in the bag, eh? So, did she get back to you, the BASF lady, Amy?
Sorry? Yeah. I copied it in on the email.
Yeah, what did she say?
I just said, please refer back to our email that we confirmed for the meeting on Monday. She's like, oh, okay, that's fine. I'll be there from 10 to 11. Strengths and weaknesses. What are you saying? As an interviewer, you would have a manual on that.
You'll have some office
I guess
going
you will have
on,
like a...
something to write on.
Or you. Should do a little practice.
Want us to practice?
Yeah, let's practice.
Yeah, if you don't mind sitting there in your practice, then
Okay.
that would be great. Then I can get the camera set up.
Amy, when you're done, will you be able to respond to Shara K?
Yeah, just one email from her.
Just say that we can't.
What did she ask?
She wants to know if we can get together for coffee tomorrow afternoon.
No way. I mean, we're gonna finish probably at like 3 with the PE facilitators, so it'll be tight. What do you think for?
They just want to have coffee with us. Maybe we just ask her what time, because we're busy with our facilitators the whole day.
Okay.
I'd rather
Do
talk
they,
about
do they usually do that?
yes.
As in like, what's been going on at work for a living?
how you guys just want to build a relationship, but I can't seem to open this thing.
Really have to hold keep a straight face.
Huh?
I'm really gonna have to try hard to keep a straight face.
I know. But thankfully it won't be on you.
Yeah.
I can't seem to stupid phone.
done
worry
that.
about
And you don't have to
But I'm
worry
saying
about
in my
it.
actual speech, do I pause? Okay.
You can try to pause, but it's not necessary.
Hmm.
What we told the others as well is it's a lot easier. How can I say? It's very easy to cut the pause out. But you can't drag one.
I understand.
So when
So I would rather pause more than.
rather pause more, take breaks,
Yes,
even if it's 1 second, 2 second, just
Okay,
stop.
I'm definitely do that.
Okay, can you just tell me your position for me, please? Toes on the white.
Okay.
You're sort of having it easy today.
Pardon?
Everything's warmed up by now, and you're relaxed, sort of.
Sort of. We'll see. Can I practice this? Oh, what?
No, I'm just trying to see where you're cutting you off.
My
So
pants.
do you know where your hands should
I
be?
can.
So are you very animated when you talk?
I will find out. I'm not sure.
Okay, it's a new thing.
Well, I'm not a facilitator, so
Oh, okay.
That's so funny. I found out.
I know.
She is very animated, don't worry.
But you guys facilitate often, so you know.
I mean, but you're naturally, you are.
Okay. Where are you cutting me off, just so I know?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Do-
Your turn on your shirts,
Maybe you must check this.
Yeah.
a little bit up,
Yeah.
just below that.
Maybe it gone through this.
There.
Yeah, that's about your hands are just in the shoulder.
Okay. I'm gonna literally just. I'm gonna put that button there.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stand like this, because you're not seeing my bottom half anyway, right?
No.
Okay, that's perfect.
And try to not keep your hands drop too much.
Oh.
So try and keep them up here.
Okay.
Just feel
Does this
weird.
not look awkward?
Don't do this.
Don't do that.
So, I'm not playing with your thumbs. I'm just joking.
Okay.
Try to use your hands.
Okay, I will.
Don't think too much about what you should be doing and shouldn't be doing.
Okay,
But
just
what
do.
you shouldn't be doing is stand like this.
Okay.
That's terrible.
Okay.
But that's perfect.
Can I practice the speed quickly?
Yeah. What are you doing?
Investments.
Investments. Just a second. I just have to figure out all the tech.
Nice. Very nice on the screen, Amy.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Really?
Yes.
Ah, thank you.
It's always so nice to see. A black screen is amazing, Tara. I know we might be tired of the black screen,
I'm not saying anything.
but it does reflect well.
Boom, boom, boom.
Does the
Go like this quickly. That button, is there a button?
no, it's broken. Must I take? I know, because I buy my clothes second
Why
hand.
don't you just fold it one back
Yes, that's a good idea.
and the other side?
Thanks, Lina. So, Rita, I actually wanted her to come here. She does all my editing work these days for me. But she's
great.
Thank you.
also, she studied drama and she's actually a theatre kind of person.
Oh, so she can pick up all these
So,
things.
yeah, so when we shoot together, she's the one that picks up everything. So like a little bit of powder here,
Ah,
a bit of
nice.
shining.
Oh, you see,
Yeah, we need that.
Those things that I'm not good at.
I'm also clueless.
You know what we find? You look at it,
Professionalism.
Thank you.
Professionalism there?
No, no,
Investments. Oh, investing. Yeah.
Investing.
Did you send it to Karen?
Yesterday.
Is it on the drive? Is it the one on
I
the
sent. It should be. I sent it to Chantal, and then
Oh, Chantal said there's one or two that are not.
because I wrote it. It's not
right.
part of the-
I have one for investing.
Yeah.
Okay, so that should be the one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just get my speed right?
Yeah. You want to grab a bottle of water there?
While I talk.
You can put it down.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Save. Select. Oh, this is a shorter one.
Yeah.
The other ones were like estimate 50 minutes.
No, this is super quick.
Yeah. Okay, no, this is
Shame,
Can you
Gerard,
see it?
you're doing well. Yes.
No, I'm used to this. For some reason, people always think that the work we do is very like hard and intense.
It does seem that way.
But it is, but for short periods of time. And
Oh.
they also ask like, but why are your services like why do you pay that much per day for a shoot? It's like, because you don't just shoot.
Yeah, it's the editing and the.
Preparations, like it takes me about at least half a day to get it set up like it is now. And to get all the text sorted out is another half a day. And it's not like you can carry it over from the one shoot to the next.
Yeah.
Like the previous shoot last week, I had to literally strip down everything and start over again. Otherwise, it's just democard. So anyway,
Okay.
bottom line, what I wanted to say was, it's my job. So I do my job. Okay, can you see?
I can see.
So what we're doing with the pace, while we're at that, I follow you.
Oh,
So if
cool.
you go faster and slower, I speed it up and slow it
Okay,
down.
perfect.
So you don't have to feel like you have to erase the prompter or autocue. You can just, but currently you can't see there, right?
Currently?
You can't see very well.
But Amy, I think just the one thing.
Yeah.
What you don't want to do is stand.
Mm.
So you wanna be using.
So I'm gonna
your
rest my hands here and then I'm gonna
rest
use
your
my
hands
hand.
here and go from there.
Okay.
Can I try something?
Sure.
Can I ask a question
Yeah.
first? Are your knees locked?
Yeah.
Then lock backwards. Don't do it.
Must I
Keep
not?
your- No, don't lock them.
Really? It feels so uncomfortable. I feel like I'm.
Why is that?
Hey?
Why is that?
Because as soon as you start, you lock your knees, you're stiff.
Ah.
But when you just release your knees, just release, you sort of start to move around.
It feels so awkward to
no,
me.
just
But I hear you.
You might
Okay.
you might even get tired in the
Yeah.
one leg, then you move
Okay.
around from the
And remember, you're
weight.
talking to people in the passage.
Exactly.
And we'll,
Okay.
so you go. We'll stop you if you need to stop.
Okay.
Few things that I never thought I would use as much in my life for work as I'm doing now. Rekkies, these elastics, washing pegs, and powder, like makeup.
Ah.
What does powder do?
It takes away the shine.
Mm.
So we've got like a,
So it makes it like matte.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Hey, that looks a lot better.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do this.
And I'm just going to check levels quickly here. To see.
Let's just pray for you quickly. Lord, we just pray for Amy. We pray for your hand on her. We pray, Lord, that this can be an anointed workshop and that it can have great impact. We pray that you give her the words to speak, Lord, and just bless her indeed in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I wonder how many kilometers you do in a day.
Of walking.
Not that
Yeah,
much.
it's like round.
Depending on
Yeah.
three.
Huh?
Yesterday was 16,000 steps.
So, just in this little studio.
No, I'm trying as well.
Okay.
But it's
How many Ks is that? I don't even know how many steps is it.
Just, so it's 0.9, so times, divide by 0.9, so it's
Oh.
just over. So it's about 17, 18 kilometers
Yo.
or so.
That's insane.
But, yeah. Okay, I'm almost there, seriously. Swap cards, because that one's full. Swap headphones. Okay.
What time are you leaving tomorrow?
My flight's at 6:30 a.m.
I know.
But I need to be there because everyone's arriving at 8:30, so it
Oh,
works
wow.
perfectly.
Okay.
So I arrive at,
11:30, 12.
I think, yes, I leave at 10:30.
Yeah, that makes sense. Then you land 11:30.
It's an hour.
Literally an hour.
Oh.
I know. And a 10-hour drive.
Got a whole light.
Sometimes it's... My flight was 700 Rand down with no luggage. But it's more expensive to drive.
When are you going back?
A week later.
Oh, nice.
My brother's graduating from Quest on the
Oh,
Friday.
oh wow.
So I'm going to stay for that. And then,
Nice.
yeah.
Amy, yeah, it'll be great if we can chat with Ruben. You, me, and Ruben afterwards.
Definitely.
Is that fine?
Yeah, because we're going to finish probably around 2-3.
And then can you just make sure that he uses the PowerPoint tomorrow?
Okay, I will.
I was meant to meet with him this week, but it's been too busy, so he needs to use the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Um,
I'll remind him this afternoon when I go over my own stuff.
yeah, but there's something I want to chat to you guys about.
Okay.
think about and consider
But afterwards.
afterwards.
Okay, not for the.
Like a nice orange.
Oh,
halo.
that's
halo.
so funny.
And she's
I'm
tall.
really gonna look exotic.
Yeah, it's going to be very opposite to everything.
And I'm talking about investing. Oh well.
Okay, good.
I mean, I remember the hands. And the knees.
You are, without a doubt, have a lighter skin tone.
Am I looking a bit see-through?
No.
But it did look like you were in a fish tank right now, so just do that.
Okay,
Okay, are you happy?
I'm
Yeah,
ready.
Looks
We're
great.
going to give it a go.
'Kay.
Do you want to just, your hair just a little bit,
What must I do with it?
just a little bit frizzy at the top. Just what do you call it?
There we go.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's just the
There we go.
halo.
Okay.
Oh, that's
You're the only one who sees that. I definitely don't see that.
Okay, but is that good?
Yeah, that's good.
'Kay.
Now, if I didn't forget about that light, I wouldn't think about the light, I wouldn't see that. So that's just because. Okay. Waar is ons nou? Borkie. Kom nou man. Go. This is in 5.
Is this a good volume?
Read the first few lines of
'Kay.
the lead roll. You
Finance and investing can be tricky, and some people study for a long time to understand it.
Yes, maybe a little bit slower.
Really? Okay, noted.
Yeah.
Finance and investing can be
Yes,
tricky.
Perfect.
rolling camera, rolling sound.
And you're going to start with investing.
Okay,
It's work for a living, 2023, scene 5, take 1. Everyone happy?
investing. Finance and investing can be tricky, and some people study for a long time to understand it. I want to make it easy for all of you. I will guide you through simple steps to begin investing your money in the stock market so that you can start. Sorry. So I start again.
Yep, oh,
Okay. I keep looking. It's so hard not to look at people.
forget about us.
Okay.
We're not that cool.
Keep yourself.
Investing. Finance and investing can be tricky, and some people study for a long time to understand it. I want to make it easy for all of you. I will guide you through simple steps to begin investing your money in the stock market so that you can start growing your money in the most effective way over time. Let's start by taking a look at the following graph. This graph helps us see what happens when you save your money in a bank and earn compound interest.
Okay, this graph.
This graph helps us see what happens when you save your money in a bank and earn compound interest, compared to investing your money in the bank. Oh, sorry.
Don't say sorry, just stop.
We've all done this.
Okay. This graph helps us see what happens when you save your money in a bank and earn compound interest.
Can I ask you, sorry, one question?
My hands.
Your
I-
hands are
I don't know what to do with them.
No, you're doing very well. Don't worry about that.
Oh,
I just want you to drop your chin slightly.
okay.
Not too much. Just you,
There we go.
You tend to be very, what's that word? Like you've got
Regal.
Hey?
Regal.
It's a regal, like, and it's good, but it just
Okay.
doesn't come up.
I understand.
I can't change the camera height.
I understand.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Is this good?
Yeah, that's better.
'Kay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Look like
Dead straight.
at
Okay.
it.
This graph helps us see what happens when you save your money in a bank and earn compound interest, compared to investing your money in shares on the stock market. The blue line shows how your bank savings grow over time, and the red line shows how your money grows if you invest in the stock market. Based on the last 100 plus years of historic data, the best way to grow your monthly savings of 100 Rand per month is to invest your money in shares. I'm going to use the following analogy to explain to you. I'm going to use the following analogy. Okay. I also made a mistake in.
You want to go
Little,
again?
that's a little.
Is it fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little dribble.
Mm.
Okay. We good?
I'm going to use the following analogy to explain to you what investing in shares means. Imagine there's a popular pizza shop in town and you really love their pizza. One day, you hear that the pizza shop is doing so well that they want to share the success with the people in the community. Ugh, Amy?
Okay, imagine.
Imagine there's a popular pizza shop in town and you really love their pizza. One day, you hear that the pizza shop is doing so well that they want to share the success with the people in the community. To do this, they decide to sell slices of ownership in the pizza shop. These ownership slices are called shares. When you buy a share, you essentially own a small piece of the entire pizza shop. The more shares you own, the larger your ownership in the pizza shop. Now, just like the pizza shop makes money by selling pizzas, the pizza shop company makes money by doing business. As a shareholder, someone who owns shares, you get a portion of the profits. It's like getting a slice of the money the pizza shop makes. If the pizza shop becomes even more popular over time,
You're doing very well.
thank
Doing
you.
very well. Okay, so I would rather this than this.
So awkward. Okay.
But you're doing, it's great. It's great, great, great. But that's
Okay.
better.
Okay.
That and this is better than this.
I don't know how to use my hands when I speak, actually.
Okay, that's good.
It's not coming to me.
One of those YouTubers.
Yeah,
with their hands in their face.
just stand like this and
Okay,
then
okay.
you'll see me start flapping
Okay.
my hands here if you need to do something. with
This. Like this.
it. Yeah, or like a little bit like this.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. If the pizza shop becomes even more popular over time and more people want to buy their pizza, the demand for pizza.
That's okay.
If the pizza shop
Stop.
Sorry.
Pause, slow down.
Okay. If the pizza shop becomes even more popular over time and more people want to buy their pizza, the demand for the pizza shop slices, also known as shares, might go up. This could make the value of your ownership slices increase. So, if you ever decide to sell, oh my word.
Okay, so, Amy,
Yeah.
wherever
Need
you
water.
see more, I want you to say more.
More.
No, look at me.
Oh.
Your hands.
Oh, more.
So think of what you're saying. More. Okay? The demand for pizza shop slices, look here, increases.
Okay.
You with me? So think of the words you're using. Because otherwise it's going to annoy you afterwards. That's why I'm wanting you to
Yeah,
do it,
I'm gonna
because
look
it's gonna annoy you
robotic.
if you see your what?
I said I'm look like a robot.
No, it's going to annoy you if you see your hands in one place. If you see your hands in one
Is that what I look like?
No. That's probably the worst
Yeah.
position.
We just know that because
Okay, I know.
the guy from All People did it, and he stood like this the whole time, and it's eventually you can't help but notice it. So think of more, less. Your hands.
What for more? More.
Yeah,
More.
yeah.
What did you say for more?
I think more.
More.
less,
Less.
whatever.
Yeah. And also, if you focus too much on your hands, what ends up happening is
Your shoulders hunch up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you free your hands up, your shoulders drop.
Okay.
And then you look more.
And if I do this with my hand? My word. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Happy in 3, 2.
If the pizza shop becomes even more popular over time and more people want to buy their pizza, the demand for the pizza shop slices, also known as shares, might go up. This could make the value of your ownership slices increase. So, if you ever decide to sell your ownership slices or shares, you might be able to sell them for more than you actually paid for them. However, just like any business, the pizza shop might face challenges. If for some reason the pizza shop isn't as successful, the value of your ownership slices could go down. So basically, investing in shares is like owning a slice of a pizza shop. You share in the success and profits of the pizza shop, and the value of your ownership slices can change based on how well the pizza shop is doing. It's a way of participating in the growth and success of a company.
Good.
Okay.
Good. That was
I'm gonna bother
Felt
you.
so awkward, okay?
Okay, we're gonna do it again.
Okay?
Okay. The reason being we had a noise, so the water, the toilet.
Oh, okay.
But I let you go just to get through it. Okay.
Okay.
Where were we?
hand usage was great.
Yeah.
If you could anything, it would be
Slow down, I know.
Okay, I'm I'm going to slow down the text slightly.
Okay.
Okay, try and read in the middle.
'Kay. Imagine there's a popular pizza shop in town and you really love their pizza. One day, you hear that the pizza shop is doing so well that they want to share their successes with the people in the community. To do this, they decide to sell slices of ownership in the pizza shop. These ownership slices are called shares. When you buy a share, you essentially own a small piece of the entire pizza shop. The more shares you own, the larger your ownership in the pizza shop. Now, just like the pizza shop makes money by selling pizzas, the pizza shop company makes money by doing business. As a shareholder, someone who owns a share, you get a portion of the profits. It's like selling a slice of the money the pizza shop makes. Sorry, it's like getting a slice of the money.
As a shareholder, you ready? You see shareholder in the middle somewhere?
Yeah.
As a shareholder.
As a shareholder, someone who owns shares, you get a portion of the profits. It's like getting a slice in the... again, sorry.
Don't say sorry. We've all done this many, many times.
I'm stumbling so much more than when I practice. Okay.
Pause.
As a shareholder, someone who owns shares, you get a portion of the profits. It's like getting a slice of the money the pizza shop makes. If the pizza shop becomes even more popular over time and more people want to buy their pizza, the demand for pizza slices goes up. Sorry, that's wrong.
Why?
I missed. I just went for it.
Okay,
Yeah,
if the
she did
pizza
right.
shop come, that's fine.
Okay.
With no comprehension whatsoever.
If the pizza shop becomes even more popular over time and more people want to buy their pizza, the demand for the pizza slices, also known as shares, might go up. This could make the value of your ownership slices increase. So if you ever decide to sell your ownership slices or shares, you might be able to sell them for more than you actually paid for them. However, just like any business, the pizza shop might face challenges. If for some reason the pizza shop isn't as successful, the value of your ownership slices could go down. So basically, investing in shares is like owning a slice of a pizza shop. You share in the success and profits of the pizza shop, and the value of your ownership slices can change based on how the pizza shop is doing. That was so weird. I don't know why I did that. I'm sorry. Let's go again. Do hand gestures come naturally to you? Okay. So basically, investing in shares is like owning a slice of the pizza shop. So basically, investing in shares is like owning a slice of a pizza shop. You share in the success and the profits of the pizza shop, and the value of your ownership slices can change based on how well the pizza shop is doing. It's a way of participating in the growth and success of a company. So, by investing in shares, it means you are buying a piece or slice of a company. That makes you one of the owners of that company. For example, if you buy 100 rands worth of shares in MTN, you own a very small part of MTN. You, as an owner, are entitled to receive a share of the profits MTN makes. When companies grow and become very successful, such as Vodacom, Absa, and Shoprite, these companies will often list on the stock exchange. A company can choose whether they want to list on a stock exchange. Oh, sorry.
Okay, let's just go back from when a company grows and becomes
Okay.
very successful.
When a company grows and becomes very successful, such as Vodacom, Absa, Shoprite, these companies will often list on the stock exchange. A company can choose whether they want to list on a stock exchange. Not all big, successful companies are listed. Companies that cannot buy shares, I'll go from a company can choose. Okay. A company can choose whether they want to list on a stock exchange. Not all big, successful companies are listed. Companies that cannot A company can choose whether they I'm so sorry. Okay.
You're good.
A company can choose whether they want to list on a stock exchange. Not all big successful companies are listed. Companies that you cannot buy shares in are called private companies. The stock exchange is like a big market where you would buy and sell goods. But instead of buying and selling goods, people buy and sell their tiny pieces or slices, also known as shares, of companies. When big companies such as MTM get listed on the stock exchange, they are offering the public, such as you and I, the opportunity to invest in their company by buying shares. These companies can... I'm going to go again from these companies. These companies can then use the money that you invested by buying shares to grow, and in return, you, as a shareholder, can share in that growth. And that is how your money grows over time. The stock exchange in South Africa, where shares in companies are traded, is called the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, or JSE. Share prices can go up and down, and that's normal. It is important to understand that there is no guarantee that your investment will grow within a year or 2 years. It might be that after 2 years, your investment is worth less than what you bought it for. It is very important to understand that investors need to think long term. You have not lost your money until you sell your shares, even if the price of your shares have decreased. The magic trick with investing is time. Every investor and businessman...
Amy, can I ask you?
Yes. Does sound
Repeat that.
naggy.
No, I say, I would say, let me repeat that. You have not lost any money until you sell your shares.
Okay.
I think it's such an important thing to understand that. So repeat it. So say it again.
Okay,
Start
okay,
with,
okay,
You
okay.
have not lost any money until you sell your shares.
Then let me repeat that.
Yeah.
You have not lost any money until you sell your shares. Let me repeat that. You have not lost any money until you sell your shares, even if the price of your shares have decreased. The magic trick with investing is time. Every investor and businessman will tell you that if you wait long enough, between 10 and 30 years, your money is likely to have increased in value over that time, because the companies you have invested in are likely to have grown over that period. We can't predict the future, but we can learn from the past. While we can't be sure about tomorrow, we do know that over the last 100 years, if you put your money in the bank... No. I'm going to go from we can't predict the future.
Good.
Okay. We can't predict the future, but we can learn from the past. While we can't be sure about tomorrow, we do know that over the last 100 years, if you put your money in the stock market, it grew over time. Let's look at the graph to demonstrate this. Let's say you bought shares in the year 2000, where the green arrow is, for a price of 1,500 Rand. Although the share price...
Let's say.
I don't know what I did with that. Give me one sec. Yeah. Let's say you bought shares in the year 2000, where the green arrow is, for a price of 1,500 Rand. Although the share price decreases straight after you buy the shares to about 600 Rand per share, you have not lost any money until you have sold these shares. If you keep the shares you bought until August 2023, where the red arrow is, the value of each share you own would have increased from 1,500 Rand to 3,000 Rand, which means the value of each share you owned would have doubled. If you sell your shares in August 2023, after owning them for 23 years, you would have made a profit of 1,500 Rand for every share you owned.
Can I say something there? I think it's important to add here.
Okay?
And you could have bought 1,000 shares. So for them, in their mind, they're thinking, okay, I'm going to buy one share.
Right. So do you want me to say...
You with me? So we're saying you make a profit of 1,000 Rand for every share you owned. In their mind, it's like, sure, after 23 years, I've made 1,500 Rand, but they need to realize. And remember, you could easily have bought 1,000 shares.
And so for every
one of those 1,000
shares would have made a profit of 1,500 Rand.
Everyone.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let's just back up a little bit.
If you sell all your shares. Okay. If you sell all your shares in August 2023 after owning them for 23 years, you would have made a profit of 1,500 Rand for every share you own. Remember, you could have bought 1,000 shares, which means you would have made a profit of 100. Way more. Okay.
What's the answer? 1,000. What was it? 1,500 Rand per share.
Profit times 1,000 shares.
1,000.
So add 3.
So add 3 zeros is 1.5.
5 million.
Yeah, 1.5.
Okay, must I say that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's a realistic.
Yeah. Okay. If you sell your shares in August 2023 after owning them for 23 years, you would make a profit of 1,500 Rand for every share you owned. Remember, you could have bought 1,000 shares, which means you would have made 1.5 million Rand in profit. The key to investing is patience. If you start investing 100 Rand per month for a period of 30 years, you would have invested a total of 36,000 Rand. If your investment grows at 8% per year, which is an achievable growth rate, after 30 years, I'm going to go if your investment. If your investment grows at 8% per year, which is an achievable growth rate, after 30 years, your 36,000 Rand investment would have grown to 150,000 Rand. That is the power of compound investing. By investing your money in shares every month, you are able to grow your money by 4 times over a 30-year period. A very important principle to understand in investing is diversification. In English, there's a saying, don't put all your eggs in one basket. This means that it is not a good idea to risk everything on a single plan or investment. Just like you wouldn't carry all of your eggs in one basket, because if the basket drops, you lose everything. It's smarter to spread your investments across different companies. It's a way of reducing risk and being more cautious with your investment choices. As an investor, you do not need to invest all your savings in a single company. You can invest in a basket of companies. So instead of buying shares in MTM, not MTM.
Let's go from as an
Okay.
investor.
As an investor, you do not need to invest all your savings in a single company. You can invest in a basket of companies. So instead of buying shares in MTN, you can buy shares in a basket of the top 40 companies listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. This means that if one of those companies does not perform well, your overall investment can still increase if the other companies in your basket do not perform well. There's a secret. Sorry.
If the other in your basket do perform.
Oh yeah, that's very important to get right. Thank you.
So this means.
Okay. This means that if one of those companies does not perform well, your overall investment can still increase if the other companies in your basket do perform well. There's a secret way to invest in a basket of companies that is very affordable and easy that many people don't know about. I'm going to take you through 2 different platforms that you can use to start your investment journey. Can I repeat that? I'm going to take you through 2 different platforms that you can use to start your investment journey.
So I would say, okay, what is the next sentence?
A platform that my father, many of my friends, and I use. What's a better way to say that?
I don't think that's a good thing to say.
Okay.
They don't know anything about your father.
Or my
your
friends, or me.
you.
Bunch of
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I would say a platform that many successful
Businessmen.
many successful investors use.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I don't know why I wrote that. Okay.
That's all right, but I mean it's context.
Yeah.
If we knew about your father and they knew your dad's story, it would be a different story. But we're not going to go into the
Okay,
detail of your
perfect.
dad's story.
Okay. A platform that many successful investors use. To buy baskets. Okay.
Yeah.
A platform that many successful investors use to buy baskets of shares is called Satrix. I am simply using this as an example of a platform that you can use to buy shares, but it is not the only platform that you can use. There are many others that can be used, such as Signia. On the Satrix site, you'll be able to buy shares in baskets of different types of companies. For example, the Satrix Top 40. This is a basket of the top 40 companies on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Another example is the Satrix MSCI World. This is a basket of all the top companies across the world that you can invest in. I am now going to demonstrate to you how to use the Satrix platform to buy shares. I am now going to demonstrate to you how to use the Satrix platform. Why does that get me? Okay. I'm going to demonstrate to you how to use the Satrix platform to buy shares. Another great platform you can use to buy shares is Easy Equities. You can download the app on your mobile phone. It is important to note that Easy Equities charges a monthly fee of 25 Rand and transaction fees of 0.25% on every purchase. So, if you invest 100 Rand per month, the
Just say 25, don't say 25.
Okay. So, if you invest 100 Rand per month, 25 Rand will be charged in fees, leaving you with 75 Rand to invest. This is a more expensive platform than Satrix, but it is also considered an easy and affordable platform to use. If you're also interested in learning more about investing, you can do the Smart Finance course on the eCafe. Remember, investing in stocks has risks, and there's no guarantee that you'll always make money. It's important to think about how much risk you're comfortable with and how long you're willing to leave your investment for. You can also open a savings account at your bank and earn compound interest. However, my advice would be that if you want to grow your money in the most effective way over a long period of time, start investing instead of saving your money in the bank. If you want to start saving your money in the bank and earn compound interest, your money will still grow over time, but by less than if you were to invest it. You can go to your bank and open a...
Just wait for a plane. Aeroplane.
Oh, can you hear that?
Yeah.
Wow.
How do you hear that there? Are you just hearing the background noise?
Yeah, it's the same as you. Yeah, I think I'm just more constant, like more.
Pronounced.
Yeah, it's a little bit more pronounced and I'm a bit more alert.
Mm.
So, and you don't hear it when you talk. You hear it in the soft, like you still hear the sound.
Mm. Maar hierdie is ander kan nie.
Yeah, this is not that bad. Okay. If you want to start saving your money.
Okay. If you want to start saving your money in the bank and earn compound interest, your money can still grow over time, but by less than if you were to invest it. You can go to your bank and open a savings account and inquire as to what the highest interest rate is that you are able to earn. Each month, you can then put your 100 Rand of savings into a savings account, and compound interest will cause it to grow over time. Remember, your money needs to be growing all the time. Whether you are getting interest from the bank, whether you have invested your share. Again. Remember, your money needs to be growing all the time. Whether you are getting interest from the bank, whether you have invested in shares, or whether you've started a business and are growing your money there, you always need to be focusing on what you have in your hand and how you can multiply it. I'm excited to see you all embark on your investment journey.
Stop.
Excellent.
No.
No, excellent.
Okay, so when you stop, like the last word,
Yeah?
like at that last exclamation mark, just look into the camera for
Or did I look immediately away?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just, you always need to be focusing on.
Okay. Must I just go?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. You always need to be focusing on what you have in your hand and how you can multiply it. I'm excited to see you all embark on your investment journey.
Perfect. That's enough. It's literally like a
Well
half
done,
a
Amy.
second stare.
That is terrible.
It's great.
No, I mean just the experience.
Yeah, it's not that easy. But I think it was great.
very aware of yourself.
But I think your hand
Okay.
usage was fantastic. I think it's a great message.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's going to be excellent.
And then there are videos demonstrating these things.
But you've sent all of that. to
Yeah, it's
her.
all been sent, and then obviously images.
Slides and gooders. So
Do I tell you when? Like,
I'm just gonna
at
get
what
that-
point my voice is going over the slide and at what point it's showing? How does
I
that
think-
work?
okay, So
Joe said like stop with it.
so you did include where the slides start.
Yeah.
So
But I
think
didn't say where it stops.
that's fine. We'll
Okay.
try and figure it out. So
Okay,
what we
awesome.
do is, and if Ina want to do it this way, then great. So we upload the, come and have a look this side, the videos to a platform called Frame.io, but it's horrible to say every time. And it's similar to YouTube, but it's not the same. We send the link, and then when you
Sorry, we're gonna put some chairs down.
okay.
So
good.
Mandisa's gonna be standing there.
Yeah.
You don't actually have to see the students. You can see the back of their heads, or they can just shout
Okay.
comments from the side,
Okay.
which is easier.
I don't fully understand what we're doing. Let's play it out.
Okay,
and see.
so Mandisa's gonna stand here.
Yeah.
She's gonna be doing resources, and we need an audience.
Okay.
So you could either just see the back of the students.
Okay. Yeah. Or.
That's it.
Oh. yeah. We can do that. I'm sure we'll be able to
Okay,
do that.
so we're gonna quickly do resources, and then you then just have to do professionalism. The purpose of this resource is when we do train the trainer, and they've got to watch a facilitator session. So for you guys, and maybe I'll sit in with you. You need to be this what the students say. We're not skilled. Apartheid. That whole list of things, and she's gonna handle it. Okay.
So when you
I'll put your
upload
chairs
this,
here somewhere.
it's similar to any
I'm sure Gerard
like
can
what
move you.
whatever, but it's specifically for review purposes.
Actually,
And
in
then
fact, it
when
can just be the
you
two
watch
of you.
the video, and say for instance you get to this point here, you'll see there's someone made a comment. So Esty, there's Esty's name. Oh no, I made this comment. So I played this video up until this point, and then I made that comment, and then it tags it on a specific point in time. So you can play until you see whatever the end of the slide, and then you can make a suggestion and say, no, this long.
And okay.
Okay.
I
So
just because I
what
want
does
people to
that mean?
visualize
Basically,
concepts.
no one
I don't want
is
it to be too much
educated
about
from
me
your
talking
area,
more
from
about
your
you talking
school.
about it.
And then she's gonna
That's
ask you,
visually what I-
did you drop out of school because you're pregnant?
No one's gonna see you. So don't worry.
Well, I think Amy can come and
And
sit.
be pregnant.
Okay, I'll be pregnant.
You can be the pregnant one.
Okay.
Is
Where
this
must I
fine?
sit? Can I sit here?
Yeah, it is. What exactly are we doing?
Can you
No,
sit?
that's not gonna work.
You can't sit on. Can
I'm
you
gonna
sit?
get you another chair like that.
So we're doing, the focus is gonna be on her.
Not on you.
So you literally, yeah, I can see you literally just see this part of you, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
So all we want to teach the new facilitators how to do this workshop.
Yeah.
So let's say
Oh, I see.
you're gonna do pick one,
Education.
education.
Racism, colonialism.
But yeah, exactly. We know exactly. And we want you to say it.
Yeah.
We want you to be like,
Mm.
and then you need to do, what did you say?
So education, Amy has to do.
You're gonna do education because you're a girl.
Okay.
Let's all move a meter back.
Are we gonna see the top of their heads?
Yeah, that's the idea.
Okay.
So I would rather drop the camera
You
a
can
little.
coordinate
Need
it.
Yeah.
So I should do corruption. If she's
You
going
do
to do
corruption.
education.
You guys just shout things out. So the only one
Okay.
she just has to do education
And then
because
I'll say,
she's the pregnant one.
Sorry, Lieutenant.
did you drop out of school because
A
is
little
it
bit
expensive, or did you drop out
Sorry?
of school because you are pregnant?
Okay, that's
And then you need to say, well,
Melissa,
or you don't even just.
I'll just say it.
this way. You're going to be a little bit closer to them than you would probably be in a class. I'm just trying to.
Shrink it in. So this is for the facilitator. So
So must Rudy move in?
Yeah, all of you move
Left.
half the chair to the left.
We want more even. Maybe she can move a little bit out.
Yeah, just a
Amy,
second.
a bit left.
No,
Bit
no,
left.
that's fine.
Oh,
Okay, Melissa, a little bit to your left. That's the right left.
They look like three little children.
principal's office.
Yeah.
What did you do? Joe, what must I take? Just keep it there with you. You don't have to.
Well, yeah, so just make sure that we get through all of them.
So the first one, so you see, it's up to 9. So the first one is corruption. It's that side, and then all of these.
Go.
Can we focus a bit more?
Yeah, but I see now we've got the wall.
That's alright, it's a classroom.
It's a classroom. Okay, it's a
Yeah.
classroom.
Where's education in this? Oh, lack of education.
But then I'm just not going to do
But
this.
you don't say lack of education,
Just
just say
education.
education. Because that's what students say.
We're not educated.
Did you get this when you were doing train the trainer? The videos?
Yeah, the videos.
You did. Nice. I did train the trainer donkeys years ago. You had to know everything. All by yourself.
Yeah, it was.
Black and white.
All by yourself. Feels like such a long time. The amount of stuff that has been done
Sure,
and
since
redone
then, eh?
since then. Yeah.
When did you join the work following
What
team?
are we seeing now?
2015.
It looks great.
Mm.
Okay.
Very
Your
good.
Looks different.
You're part of the furniture.
almost
Oh,
10 years.
Stop calling me a finisher.
Well, it says e-cafe.
This guy at church. I don't Kaya at church. I don't know what we were saying, and he's like, "Oh no, I'm sitting there on the chairs." He's like, "Why are you sitting down?" I'm like, "No, I'm not on duty today. I'm churching." He's like, "No, you can't. You're part of the furniture." I'm like, "What? You're calling me furniture?"
Oh,
That's
fine.
racist. That's racist.
No.
And Lutano is calling me part of the furniture.
Yeah. So, how long were you, Rudy, were you and Lutano together?
No.
Who's been there the longest?
I started 2022, March.
2022.
And you, Rudy?
You earlier than that.
Yes.
Yeah. 2019, Rudy.
No, no. 2021.
Oh, sorry, 2021 with Monique and them.
Ah. I think you
Your
were,
first class was beginning of 2022 though.
yeah,
So it must have been end of
2020.
2020.
Yes.
How dependent are we on what you guys are saying? The audience.
Dependent.
Is
What?
it? Are we okay?
Wait,
So I
wait.
just need to sync this a little bit. I made a mistake. I obviously thought.
So we need to hear what they say as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just want to improve the quality of that sound a little bit.
So, because the one we've got, the audience mumbled.
Mm.
So you need to,
So that is the problem.
yeah, so you guys need to speak
Be
up.
clear.
So where am I starting?
And if you say we are, if you say corruption, you need to say corruption. You need to, it's like say it like the students say.
Can we do a practice?
Yeah.
Corruption.
Corruption?
Corruption.
Oh, okay, really? Where does the corruption start?
Starts their politics, their
And then you have to agree with him.
relations. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm. ANC, Zuma, Guptas.
Parliament.
Pala, pala.
Pala, pala,
You can say that. You can say that.
Okay, a little bit more natural lighting, ne?
Yeah, that's great.
More yellow, not so
More yellow.
clinical. Okay, everybody happy?
Yes.
Can we roll?
Uh-huh.
Okay, wat is hierdie ding?
So where are we starting, Ina?
Um,
With all of these resources. Begging bowl.
we are doing resources role play.
Where are my papers? What was the previous one?
The previous one was investing. Did you guys listen?
Yeah.
Sorry guys.
Hilarious.
You're gonna have to.
Are you going to do
But-
some Satrix?
So now
Helpful?
I am,
What?
yes,
Role play.
buying a piece of the pie.
Buying
Lot
a
of
piece
role
Did what I say make sense? Even though
Yes.
it's very broken.
It's
down.
very English.
What's this role play's name?
That's what?
very
English.
What does that mean?
Resources.
The role play
Yes.
resources.
Resources role play.
It's understandable.
Yes.
It's,
I thought you meant okay. I
No, no, no. Because
Helpful, eh?
because when you're speaking to go to the bank, they're gonna tell you about all of this, and you're like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
So this is like
No.
relational. You
Yeah.
understand.
Satrix. These
Okay.
equities.
Easy equities.
Are we good to go?
We're good to go.
Running sound. Go to the camera. Work for living 2023, scene 6, take 1.
So, with all of these resources that we have, why then is Africa known as the begging bowl of the world? Why are we still poor? Why are we the beggars of the world instead of being the bread basket? Why do you think that is?
Sure. Corrupt.
We agree?
Yes,
Pal-
yes, it's politicians.
Politicians are.
Good
Oh, okay.
politicians.
So now the question would be, you have a child.
Yeah.
Do you have a child?
Yes.
Your child comes home and they have a chocolate that they didn't pay for. Is that stealing?
Yes.
So
See.
where does corruption start?
Uh,
Okay. All right. Okay. Why are we still poor in the continent? Why are we poor? Yes.
Apartheid
Apartheid.
and colonialism. Yes.
Apartheid and
They stole our land.
agree. Okay. Apartheid colonialism. Without even watering it down, apartheid was a very, very bad thing. It was brutal. It was horrible. Agree.
Yes.
We can't dismiss that. But now, if I can ask you a question with apartheid, take for example, Mozambique. Mozambique never had any apartheid. Are they poor?
Yes.
Or are they rich?
They are not rich.
They are not rich. So why then, if they never had apartheid?
Very tricky.
Colonialism, you say?
Colonialism.
They were colonized.
Yeah.
That is true. Now, take Australia. Australia was colonized. Are they rich or poor?
They're rich.
Australia is one of the best countries in the world. They are thriving. Mozambique had colonialism. Are they rich?
No.
Then why are we poor? Why are we poor? Yes, Amy.
Education.
Education. When you say education, what do you mean?
Sorry, can I stop? The thing about the 11 countries.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get to that.
What do I say to that though?
No, just
Okay. For
step
education.
back quickly to apartheid.
Okay. So yes. So we say apartheid colonialism. Did you know that when we speak about colonization, in the whole world, only 11 countries were not colonized. Only 11. That includes Ethiopia. Is Ethiopia rich?
No.
Then what do we mean? Okay. Why are we poor? Education.
Education.
Okay. Is education expensive? Or did you drop out of school because you were pregnant? Pregnant. Okay. So from your school, where the quality of education was bad, do you not have any successful people there?
Yeah, we do.
How did they do it?
They finish school.
Aha. Okay. So, come on, guys, give me, why are we poor in the continent, the whole continent?
Lack
Yes.
of skills.
Lack of
Lack
skills.
Yeah. People are not skilled.
People are not
They have
skilled.
no access to skills.
Okay, who's going to upskill you?
Probably the government has to
The
send
government.
some aid. Yeah.
So you're sitting at home, you're unemployed. Now you want the government to come. Go. Hello, Amy. Do you want to do a driver's license? Come this way. Hello, Pidi. Do you want to do a computer? There's that place there you do computers. Do you want that? Government must come and drag you to do the skills?
No.
Who's going to upskill you? Why are we poor?
Yeah.
Why are we poor? Yes.
The foreigners take our jobs.
Foreigners. Okay, so foreigners. What jobs are they taking?
They're taking the no, they're not taking the shops.
They're not taking the shops. What jobs are they taking?
Restaurants.
Restaurant? Do you want to work as a waiter? Do you want to work as a waiter? Do you want-
Spaza shops, they own all the spaza shops.
Okay, why are you not opening a spaza shop? Okay. As a man, a South African man, do you want to work as a domestic worker?
No.
Do you know how many Malawian men work as domestic workers? What jobs are they taking? In fact, in our centers, we have employers that say, we're looking for people, not foreigners. Shoprite Checkers does not employ them. What jobs are they taking? Why are we poor in the country? In the world, for that matter.
I think jealousy.
Jealousy. Do we support each other? Do we stand with each other?
No. No.
I think there aren't enough jobs.
There are no jobs. Can I tell you a fact? This is what is happening with us. We've been running for so many years, and we've got Shoprite checkers. Shoprite checkers, when they want to employ 20 people, if they want to employ 20 people, they have to call 40 to come and work. Because they know the next day, after the weekend, on Monday, only 20 are going to come back. Are there no jobs?
There are.
Yes.
Other foreign countries, they come to our country and they rape our resources. They take our resources away,
They take our resources away.
then sell them back to us with an expensive price.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Do we know what to do with the resources that we have? Do we know what to do with the resources that we have?
I don't know.
Who's going to do it for us? Why are we poor in the continent?
Don't look at me.
Okay, great. So it's a training video. Thanks, guys. That's awesome. Okay, ready?
It's so good.
Okay, thank you.
I felt I was in class.
You
now.
felt like you were in class.
Corruption.
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 This is going upstairs again. Which one?
Yes, please. You can take just leave one. Thanks. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Are you done? You're leaving?
Yeah.
Oh, are you also
Just-
leaving?
No.
Oh,
no.
No,
We've
she
still got
can't
Rudy,
leave me.
and then we've still got all my decent.
She can't leave me.
You got this.
I
Yeah.
refuse.
I refuse.
See you on our meetings. Bye-bye.
But really, it was lovely seeing you. Yo, keep pushing hard.
Do you mind if I do some research or just contact you?
Absolutely. I would love to chat to you about it.
Definitely
Really?
impressive and interesting.
Of course you can. I'd be awesome.
Easy Equities and the other one was?
Satrix, IX. Go onto their website. I'll actually send you the video that I recorded for this because we'll probably only be live in a while. I'll send you exactly the recording of it so you can actually just start getting going. I'm so glad. That's awesome.
Have a safe trip.
Thanks, Rudy.
Once again, thank you.
Andrew, are you driving this evening? Back?
Yes.
Okay. Drive safely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome.
Bye-bye. Oh, I still don't know. Throat is starting to burn. It's not pretty good, so.
Guy, really, wat doen ons nou?
Professionalism.
Gaan we van gedraaid boodschap antwoord.
Zo rechtop.
Yeah, so I think a good morning so far, hey? If we can get this one done, Gerrit, what time do you have to finish? No rush.
No rush.
Because if we can get this one done and then one of Madisa's, then she can, well, how early can you start tomorrow?
Really?
Because she's got a flight to catch at 12:30.
Okay. So she needs to be at the airport
11:30.
11:30. How does she get there?
She'll Uber.
10:30.
Sure, it is early that she has to leave here. Is it an hour to the airport from there?
No, just sort of like getting the Uber, just conservatively calculating. No, I can start early.
Because she lives close by.
Yeah,
She
I
does.
can start early. Before 8?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just not before 7:30.
Yeah.
7:30.
Okay. Too early.
No, 7:30 is fine.
Yeah.
We had a few projects the last few months where we started at CTICC in Cape Town. Started at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh no, that's
But that
terrible.
was, yeah, that
No,
was
that's bad. Okay. Pleasure, eh? You know this one, eh? This is the easy workshop.
Yes.
Not?
Went through it yesterday. It's a lot of content, but more than, I think it's 19 pages, but just gonna do my best to.
Yeah.
Just
And you fine. Okay, so we've done the one, investing. We've done the resources.
Do that stuff now. Work for a Living 2023, scene 7, take 1. Like it already?
yes, good.
Just first few lines for me, please.
Who decides whether you are a professional or not? Is it the degree? Is it the letters behind your name? Is it the qualification? It's up to you. You determine whether you are professional or not.
Okay, cool.
Can I just get my water bottle?
Yeah, come on.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay.
Sorry, Rudy.
No.
For breaking
Problem.
it.
Bye bye.
Have you added the speech thing? Yeah. You're still gonna.
I'm gonna finish it today.
Okay, ready. Ready. In 5, 4.
Who decides whether you are professional or not? Is it a degree? Is it letters behind your name? Is it a qualification? It's up to you. You determine whether you are professional or not. It's a decision you make by the way you conduct yourself, by your work ethic, by your appearance, and by your manner of speaking. You have the power to define yourself as a professional. Who's been to the Who's been to the Department of Home Affairs? Anybody? Was it a wonderful experience? Was it fantastic? Did they treat you like gold? Did they lay out the carpet for you? Were they attentive? Were they friendly? I think probably not. You've probably been to the same hospitals where the nurses couldn't be bothered whether you were there or not. They didn't care. They just gave you the least amount of service as possible, as opposed to the Department of Home Affairs in a first world country. As you step inside, every surface beneath your feet is lined with luxurious carpeting, and the atmosphere is refreshingly cool due to the presence of air conditioning. Somebody is playing classic music, and 10 people are waiting with a friendly smile behind the counter saying, "Good morning, how can we help you?" Why is that? Why are we not able to provide the same level of professional service? Are we not able? Several years back, Gareth Cliff, a radio personality from a popular radio station, commented on Galeba. Wow, you knew that was coming.
Get the word right. So it's a frustrating thing. Can we say
Gabera.
Port Elizabeth or do we have to say
Gabera. Can we say Portil? Gabera. Gabega.
There we go.
Gabega.
It's like
Okay.
Gabega, but with a kick.
Okay.
Gabera.
Gabega. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Several years back, Gareth Cliff, a radio personality from a popular radio station, commented on Gqeberha, a city in South Africa with over 1 million people. He referred to Gqeberha as the armpit of South Africa in terms of service and in terms of the way people conduct themselves. That's a terrible thing to say about a city. I want to ask you, what does that mean if you are, for example, living in Gqeberha? Does it mean you need to move away from Gqeberha and move to Johannesburg or another city? Does it mean you have to move to another country, to America, Australia, or to England, where everybody and everything is done properly? Sorry about that.
What?
I said everybody.
Everybody.
Can I? Does it mean?
Does it mean?
Does it mean you have to move to another country, to America, Australia, or to England, where everything is done properly? No. If you are living in a first world country and your town doesn't do things properly, does it mean you should move to another place where things are done properly? It doesn't mean that. It means that where you are living, you have the opportunity. That opportunity is the opportunity to shine. If you are better than everybody else in terms of professional service, in terms of the way that you conduct yourself, in the way that you speak, in the way that you serve people, in the way that you do your business, in the way that you do your job, in the way that you speak to your employer and speak to the customers.
Sorry, I'm going to ask you to repeat that. To say the way you do your business.
The way you
Sound
why,
bad.
the way you do your
The way
business.
you do business.
Business
Just
will be better. Leave
The way
out
you-
the
yeah.
York because
Sure.
I don't
That's
have to explain that.
yeah.
So
That opportunity.
that opportunity is the opportunity for what?
Okay.
It means that you are living. It means that where you are living, you have an opportunity.
okay.
Okay, sorry. Let's go. It means that where you are living, you have an opportunity. That opportunity is the opportunity to shine. If you are better than everybody else in terms of professional service, in terms of the way you conduct yourself, in the way that you speak, in the way that you serve people, in the way that you do business, in the way that you do your job, in the way you speak to your employer and speak to the customers, if you are just outstanding, then you are going to shine like the sun. It's a massive opportunity to be in a place where you service. Come on. It's a massive. Can I start from there? It's a massive opportunity to be in a place where service and professional conduct are generally bad. We visited Johannesburg International Airport recently, We visited Johannesburg International Airport recently, and upon entering the men's restroom, a janitor welcomed me with the words, "Welcome to my office." The place was impeccably, that was the word that I struggled with. Impeccably. Okay. We visited Johannesburg International Airport recently, and upon entering the men's restroom, Okay, I don't. Why am I pausing there? Okay. Okay. We visited Johannesburg International Airport recently, and upon entering the men's restroom, a janitor welcomed me with words, "Welcome to my office." The place was impeccably clean. The janitor who cleans the toilet greets you, "Welcome to my office." I'd like to ask you, even if it's just standard greeting for the role, is that person with such a friendly attitude likely to remain a janitor forever? I don't think so. I recently watched a brief video clip featuring a South African man during
American man.
South America. Okay.
So every now and again you put your hand
I
in your
see.
pocket. No, when you put your hand in your pocket, leave it there for
Okay.
a bit. It looks like you're making your point and you're comfortable.
Okay.
Don't put it in and feel uncomfortable and take it out. If you put it in, leave it there. Just don't leave it in for half an hour.
Okay. Okay. I recently watched a brief video clip featuring a South American man. During the interview, he proudly declared, "I'm the janitor of the world's finest engineers." In other words, the company I worked for. Okay. Where should I start now?
I recently watched.
Okay. I recently watched a brief video clip featuring a South American man. During the interview, he proudly declared, "I am the janitor to the world's finest engineers." In other words, the company I work for are the world's best engineers and I clean their toilets. He takes pride in delivering an outstanding performance in his current role. I ask you, is that man a professional? What about the individual cleaning the airport restrooms? Can we consider him a professional? Does he have all the qualifications and letters behind his name? No. Are they professionals? Yes. They will be. Will they? Can I start from are they?
They will be cleaning.
Toilets forever. Are they professionals? Yes. Will they be cleaning toilets for those engineers forever? No. Why not? He chooses to be a professional regardless of who he is. It all comes down to excellence. It all comes down to the way that you conduct yourself. What are the impacts? What are the impacts of service? What are the effects? What are the impacts of service? What are the effects of good service or bad service? What are the effects of conducting yourself as a professional? I'm sure many of you have found yourselves in a situation where you've received excellent service. What do you typically do? What do you typically do when you encounter exceptional service? Most of the time, you share it with your friends. You recommend it to your friends. You have to go and have a meal there. You have to dine there. It's fantastic. The service is outstanding. Not too long ago, we were in the Kruger National Park, a South African game reserve. We were searching for a place to have a meal. We came across what appeared to be an ordinary farm with a sign that said, "Restaurant open." We decided to give it a try. Let me tell you, the service we received was absolutely exceptional. The manager greeted us as we climbed up the stairs, saying, "Good afternoon, welcome to my home." He seated us and promptly called over the wait staff who served us. They brought cold water to our table and presented the truly amazing meal. Okay. They brought cold water to our table and presented a truly amazing meal. It was even decorated with rose petals. The view was breathtaking. When we went into the restroom, the soap was a lavender rose scented soap, and you could wash your hands with actual rose petals. We later found out that it was a rose farm, which explained the abundance of roses. But the point is that the service was extraordinary and the restaurant had only recently opened. When we returned home, we recommended it to our friends who were also planning to visit the area. We told them, You must visit the place there. It's outstanding. Okay, my eyes are starting to blur now. You must visit this place outside. Okay. You must visit this place outside of the Kruger National Park. You just have to go there. And they did. And in return, they recommended it to others. This is how a business grows. What happens when you receive average or poor service? I'm sure many of you have experienced poor service. What happens in such cases? Typically, you share the negative experiences with others. You recount the poor service you received, describing the waitress's behavior, how the manager interacted with you, or the casual attitude of the cashier. As an employee, the way you conduct yourself gives you the power to either help a business flourish or the power to destroy a business. I'd like to discuss amongst yourselves and share stories of your encounters, both good and bad services.
Did you say now I'd like to discuss amongst
I'd-
yourselves? Or I'd like
Yeah,
you
it
to
didn't.
discuss?
Yeah, it didn't come out clearly.
Okay.
I'd like you to discuss amongst yourselves and share stories of your encounters with both good and bad services.
Facilitated
Yeah.
session. Skis, bad services.
Doing good.
Ready? Amber, water. Practice some good service. Hier is vir 'n tafeltjie, meneer.
Pretty hard then.
Thank you. Now, let's talk about hydrants to professional behavior, discrimination,
Let's talk about a hindrance.
hindrance. Okay.
What is a better word? Hindrance.
Obstacle.
Yeah, let's talk about obstacles to an obstacle to professional behavior.
Now, let's talk about an obstacle to professional behavior.
So, I'm just asking, I think I included the whole thing about discrimination,
Yeah, and
that letter.
yeah,
Are you fine with that?
depends. Go with what you suggest.
Yeah. Because I see, sometimes they do it well, but sometimes they don't.
Is my visa still here?
Yeah. You need to speak to her.
Anissa? Chantal asked if we can check for WhatsApps.
Sure.
I'm the contact person.
Somebody, I said to Chantal now, please phone Mandisa and tell her to check her WhatsApp.
Okay, obviously weet Chantal nie presies wat die aangaan nie.
That's so funny.
Okay. Is julle happy?
Yeah. Just saying, so obstacle. Let's talk about an obstacle to professional behavior. So that letter, you've got to read it with Vuma, eh?
What about the word barrier? Sorry.
We talk about barriers in communication.
We talk, yeah, no,
No.
not
Obstacle.
yeah.
Now, let's talk about a barrier to professional behavior, discrimination. Discrimination refers to a situation where we experience prejudice in the workplace, which can obstruct us from acting professionally. Discrimination comes in various forms, including racism and classism. Most people are familiar with racism. This is where one person discriminates or treats another person differently. Can I start with this? This is where one person discriminates or treats one. This is where one person discriminates or treats another person differently based on the color of their skin or their ethnic background. On the other hand, classism involves looking down on someone because of perceived higher social class, better education, or greater wealth. Both forms of discrimination are equally harmful. In countries with a history of discrimination, it hinders people from having normal interactions with each other. It makes us cautious and suspicious of each other and stops us from expressing our personalities. Conversation becomes stilled and unnatural. For example, a white guy is building a house and he has a team of workers that they had to workers and they are predominantly black. For example, a white guy is building a house and he has a team of workers and they are predominantly black employees. It can lead to a situation where they nod at each other every day, but conversation don't flow naturally. They're uncertain about each other's thoughts and feelings, so they stay silent, which is not normal. The proper way to handle such a situation is for the workers to greet each other as they pass by, saying something like, "Good morning, Mr. Richards. It's going to be a hot day." Can I start? The proper way to handle such a situation is for the workers to greet each other as they pass by, saying something like, "Good morning, Mr. Richards. It's going to be a hot day today. I hope you bring us some water." This approach fosters more open and natural interaction. And Mr. Richards could respond by saying, "Good morning, guys. Yes, it's definitely going to be so hot. I'll make sure that there's some cold water for you." Or Mr. Richards could say, "Guys, it's going to be cold. It looks like rain. What do you think?" Even if you have to talk about the weather, have a normal conversation where you express your personality. The way you move beyond the silence and the gap is to separate people due The way to move beyond the silence and the gap that separates people due to discrimination, racism, or classism is for individuals to act professionally. Be professional in the way you conduct. Be professional in your conduct. Use your personality, your manners, and your sense of humor. Yes. Show respect to one another. Treat each other with the same respect you'd like to receive. That's how professionally. That's how you professional. Okay. Can I start from the top? Yes. Show respect to one another. Treat each other with the same respect you'd like to receive. That's how professionally. What am I skipping you?
Just say that's how professionals conduct themselves.
Okay. Let me try one more time with you. Show respect to one another. Treat each other with the same respect you'd like to receive. That's how you professionally conduct yourself. Regardless of how someone treats you, a professional treats each other with respect and dignity regardless of how they are treated. That's professionalism. Being unprofessional means if you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. But if you're rude to me, I'll get back to you twice. Okay.
You'll get it back twice as hard.
And let's get that voice going again.
Where should I start?
If you're
A
nice,
professional.
being unprofessional.
Okay. Being unprofessional means if you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. But if you're rude to me, I'll get back twice as hard. That's not professional. Being professional means I choose to be professional because of who I am, not because of who I'm dealing with. Let me share a couple of stories to illustrate how discrimination manifests. I was teaching a class comprising.
Made up of.
Okay.
Better word. Made up of is a better word.
Let me share a couple of stories to illustrate how discrimination manifests. I was teaching a class made up of mixed groups of professionals, including land surveyors. Surveyors. Surveyors.
Surveyors.
What does surveyors meaning?
Surveyors.
Meter. That's guys for the tripods.
Surveyors.
Surveyors.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, there was a facilitator session before discrimination.
What was my discrimination now?
I don't think this one's as
Mm.
Oh, no. We did mark that.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Carry on.
Surveyors.
Surveyors.
One
Surveyors.
of the ones that I redid. So I used certain words that
Oh, because I asked Chantal,
yeah.
I said what happened here because the words were too advanced.
Okay. Yeah.
So I actually asked her if she used ChatGPT. So she's like, no, she got it like that. So I said, okay, but I don't understand what's happened.
Okay.
But it's fine. It just obviously picks up the words and uses words like manifest.
Yeah. No, I get that. Yeah. Okay.
Is jy reg?
Yes.
Let me
Is
share
jy
a
moeg?
couple of stories.
My oë wys gewoonlik wanneer ek so
Ah,
bietjie
sorry.
moeg is, maar
Amper daar. Amper soort van amper daar. Little bit long way to go, but we'll be okay.
yes.
Okay. Let me share a couple of stories.
Let me share a couple of stories that illustrates how discrimination manifests. I was teaching. Okay. It's okay if I use comprising. Or should I use a? I was teaching a class
Made
made
of.
up of.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me share a story. Okay. Let me share a couple of stories to illustrate how discrimination manifests. I was teaching a class made up of mixed group of professionals, including land surveyors. Surveyors.
Surveyors.
Surveyors.
Surveyors.
Surveyors.
Surveyors.
Can I start with I was teaching?
Yes.
I was teaching a class comprising of a mixed group of professionals, including land surveyors and quantity surveyors. While discussing discrimination, one of the participants shared a story. He said, I recently attended the Grahamstown Music Festival, an annual event in South Africa. I love to dance, and I was watching a dance group performing on stage. Among the dancers, I spotted a friend of mine. I noticed he was part of the group. I thought, I'd love to do this. I'm skilled at it, and I'd like to join the group and be part of their performances. He began searching for the dance instructor, a young white woman. He thought, I'll get in touch with my friend and I'll ask her contact info. He began searching for the dance instructor, a young white woman. He thought, I'll get in touch with my friend. Yes. He began searching for the dance instructor, a young white woman. He thought, I'll get in touch with my friend and ask for her contact information to express my interest in joining. The following day, he was at the supermarket, paying for his groceries at the checkout. As he glanced to the side, he saw the same young white woman, the dance instructor, paying for items and at the nearby till. He tries. Okay.
Sorry, as he
No
glanced.
problem. So where am I now?
As he glanced to the side.
As he glanced to the side, got it.
Oh, okay.
Later. As he glanced to the side, he saw the same young white woman, the dance instructor, paying for items at a nearby till. He tries to get her attention, motioning to her to look at him. She pulled her hand back closer to her and avoided eye contact. Occasionally glancing in his direction, he continued trying to get her attention. She paid quickly and headed towards the exit. He hurried, completed his payment, and started running after her. As she began noticing him, chasing her, she began running too. She runs to her car. He's now after her, trying to stop her. As he gets to the car to tell her to stop, she locks the door, puts the car in reverse, and pulls out, drives away, and probably tells her husband that she was nearly hijacked today. So wrong. Don't you agree with me? I can just see everybody nodding their heads now. Maybe some of you have experienced it. So racist. Such terrible discrimination.
Yeah, take a breather. 3-minute breather or so.
I'm good. I'm good.
Good. Go.
Oh, you're good.
I'm good to
Carry
go.
on.
Yeah.
Okay.
To go.
I'm good to go.
Sorry, can I ask you a question? So that xenophobia story,
Mm,
do you think it's a good thing for the facilitators to read it in the class?
no.
Why not?
Like if a facilitator don't have, like we have stories of xenophobia from last year, but others might not have experienced it or can speak out of experience or just,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. So we must not do it. Yeah, let's do it,
Mm.
and we can always decide.
Yeah.
Okay, let's put this off. So everything's going to stop.
But I like facilitating the phobias and then leading into genocide and reading the scriptures. I feel like they really pay attention for that moment. Like they realize it's not genocide, it's xenophobia.
Yeah, but
And-
I'm just trying to think, is it better to have it on video, or is it better to read it in the class? But let's do it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Ready?
Yes.
29, 50. Go.
Just after that story was told in the group, another young black lady put up her hand and she told me the following story. She said, "My friend and I were recently having a meal at a restaurant." Okay. Just after that story was told in the group, another young black lady put up her hand and she told me the following story. She said, "My friend and I were recently having a meal at the restaurant and we hadn't seen each other for a long, long time. And we were having the time of our lives. We were having such fun. We were probably making quite a bit of noise. A little way away from us was sitting an older white couple, very conservatively dressed. At every time we made a noise and laughed, every time we made a noise and laughed, they would look at us and then whisper to each other. And she said, at the time I thought to myself, it's so typical. Just because we are black, they are behaving like that. We're making a noise, and just because we're black, we may not make a noise. You know what I'm saying? So, she says, well, you know what? I don't care. I'm going to carry on regardless. I'm just going to have a good time, and we're going to ignore them. The older white couple eventually pays for their meal. They get up and they start walking towards the two young black girls. And she thinks to herself, she says, here it comes. This is the showdown. I'm ready for it. The couple walked towards them and they stopped at their table. And the lady said to them, ladies, I just want to tell you, it's been such a long time since we've seen two young people enjoy themselves so much. You've made our evening. So, who's the racist now? Who are the people discriminating against the others? There's no such thing as reverse racism. Racism is when one group discriminates against another group based on the color of their skin. Racism is not when white people discriminate against black people. It's not only that. Racism is when white people discriminate against black people based on the color of their skin.
Sorry, can I ask you to read that? We can do this one better. So, or rather say, racism is not only
Okay.
when white people discriminate against black people. Racism is when white people discriminate against black people, and so
Like
so
really.
take out, so that first where it's bold there, say racism is not only when people discriminate against black people,
Okay.
and then take out the sentence of it's not only that.
So,
So move up, other way.
other up.
So there, yeah, there, other up.
So
So racism
so
is
it's
not
not-
only, and then
it's
you know what I
not
mean.
only. And then I just go.
And then you go. So racism is not only when white people discriminate
Against
against
black people.
Racism is when white people discriminate against black
Okay.
people based on their skin, but racism is also when black people discriminate against white people. Okay?
Yes.
Mm.
Racism is not only when white people discriminate against black people. Racism is when white people discriminate against black people based on their skull.
Okay, so Rudy, so it's going to read like this. Racism is
It's
not only when white people discriminate against black people.
And then racism is
Racism is, yes, when white people discriminate against black people based on their skin color. Down. But racism is also when
Mm.
black people discriminate against white people based on their skin color. Verstaan jy?
yes.
Okay.
It's like it's not only that. It's
Yeah, it's one and the other. Just there, yeah.
Well, let's start with the it's not when white people. Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
Racism is not when white people discriminate
No,
against.
racism is
Not only. Okay. Fly away.
Ach nee man.
No,
dis
kom maar
ernstig.
ewe skielik. Okay.
Racism is not only when white people discriminate against black people. Racism is when white people discriminate against black people based on the color of their skin. And racism is when black people discriminate against white people based on the color of their skin. And it's when white colored people. Okay, where should I start? Wait,
Start with colour.
racism. Okay. Racism is when black people discriminate against white people based on the color of their skin.
No, you can't do that. It'll have to be the whole thing. So I said start with the coloured. So
With the
let's
coloured.
start
Okay.
here. Racism
Okay.
is not only when white people. We're just gonna have to
So
start
from the
there.
back. Okay.
Racism
Yes.
is not only when white people discriminate against black people.
Okay. Racism is not only when white people discriminate.
So ons gaan vergeet.
Yeah.
We'll just have to catch it again.
Okay, so where's okay.
Chris, hold on. Racism is not only when white people discriminate against black people.
Take out. It's not only that.
And
And then say so racism.
so
Racism is when white people discriminate against black people
based on the color of their skin.
skin, but also. But sorry, racism is also.
But racism
Yes, and in capital letters there, so that he,
also
yeah,
in caps.
yeah.
When black people discriminate.
Racism is also with colored people, so in the next line as well. In the next line as well. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, perfect. That's better.
Just give me a second.
Getting there.
Soek net vir daai pause.
Just don't want it to come across like I'm reading like losing energy and just but I do understand this part is very crucial to
Yeah. How do you mean you don't want to come across as losing energy?
like I mean just reading it meaning
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want you to understand it. You know? Because this is an important, very important section.
Yes.
So we're going to back up to there's no such thing as reverse racism.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like get into it. You know, you're fighting a battle here, right?
So there's no such thing.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as reverse racism. Racism is when one group discriminates against another group based on the color of their skin. Racism is not only when white people discriminate against black people. So, racism is when white people discriminate against black people based on the color of their skin. But racism is also when black people discriminate against white people based on the color of their skin. Okay. Getting there.
That was fine.
Yeah.
We can just cut that a little bit.
Okay, let's just pick it up from racism is also when black people discriminate against white people.
Yes. Racism is also when black people discriminate against white people based on the color of their skin. Racism is also when colored people discriminate against black people based on the color of their skin. Racism is also when black people discriminate against colored people. Okay, so can I start with racism is also when black people?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you don't have to repeat based on the color of their skin. You can just
Yeah,
say,
I think that's the thing that trips me up every
yeah.
time. Okay. Racism is also when black people discriminate against colored people. It doesn't matter. Racism is racism. Racism and discrimination will stop you from professionally conducting yourself. It's not a positive or constructive behavior. Another form of discrimination is classism. I heard a story from a man living in KwaZulu-Natal, South Coast. Okay, let's start another. Another form of discrimination is classism. I heard a story from a man living on the KwaZulu-Natal South Coast. There was a car dealership that sold Mercedes-Benz vehicles, and it was located in a popular holiday resort south of Durban, South Africa. A young salesman had just been hired, and one particular day he was responsible for overseeing the showroom floor, which was close to the beach area. In the center of the showroom, there was a large, very expensive Mercedes-Benz, one of the most luxurious models you could buy. On top of the Mercedes-Benz was a sign that read, "Sold, do not touch." A man walked in the showroom wearing baggy shorts, a t-shirt, and no shoes. He was accompanied by a young boy who was similarly dressed and sandy.
He was accompanied by a young boy who was similarly.
Similarly.
Just a second.
See that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. He was accompanied by a young boy who was similarly dressed and sandy feet and appeared somewhat unkempt. Okay. He was.
Describing my boy.
He was accompanied by a young boy who was similarly. Come on.
Who was dressed the same.
Similarly.
Yeah, dressed the same. Keep it simple.
Let's start from a man walking to the showroom wearing baggy shorts, t-shirt.
A man walked into the showroom wearing baggy shorts, a t-shirt, and no shoes. He was accompanied by a young boy who was dressed the same, with sandy feet and appeared somewhat unkempt. As they entered the showroom, the little boy excitedly ran towards the car, opened the door, and jumped inside. The salesman was nearly beside himself with shock. He quickly approached the boy and exclaimed, "Can't you see it says, 'Do not touch'?" The father of the boy, in response, took his child and without a word walked out of the showroom. The salesman had judged them based on their appearance and decided, well, you do not have what it takes, and reacted accordingly. So, in this area, two sugarcane farming brothers were amongst the wealthiest businessmen in the region, which was quite a wealthy area. One brother exclusively drove BMW vehicles. All his cars and his family's cars were BMW. The other brother had preferred Mercedes-Benz, and similarly,
And also.
where now?
And also drove. And also drove only Mercedes-Benz vehicles. Sorry, the one brother drove.
Yeah.
The other brother
The other brother, yes.
had a preference for Mercedes-Benz. and drove, take out that word similarly, and
Yes.
drove only Mercedes-Benz.
Yes.
It actually similarly doesn't work.
The other brother had preferred Mercedes-Benz and drove only Mercedes-Benz vehicles, including his... Come on. Okay. The other brother had preferred only Mercedes-Benz and drove only Mercedes-Benz vehicles, including his trucks and family members' cars. The man who had walked into that showroom was the Mercedes-Benz loyalist, a brother who spent millions each year purchasing cars from that dealership. Unfortunately, the new salesman was unaware of this significant detail. The businessman contacted the boss of the salesman and expressed his displeasure.
Unhappiness. Take out that word
Yeah.
displeasure. The businessman contacted the boss and expressed his unhappiness.
The businessman contacted the boss of the salesman and expressed his displeasure, saying, I want to... Sorry, now I'm reading it. So what did you say? Unhappiness. Okay. The businessman contacted the boss of the salesman and expressed his unhappiness, saying, I want to tell you that I've never been treated in such a way that I was in your showroom today. BMW has been trying to get to buy from me for years.
BMW has been trying to get me to buy from
Yeah.
them.
BMW has been trying to get me to buy from them for years, even providing me with loaner cars to test. I've always resisted, but from this day forward, I will never buy Mercedes-Benz. As a result, the salesman lost his job. Why? Because he failed to maintain professionalism. He made a judgment based on appearance. This is something you should avoid. It's simply unprofessional and can lead to trouble. Do not judge people based on the color of their skin, education level, or appearance. It's not ethical, unprofessional, and will have a negative consequence.
Facilitate a session. Is it fine that Mandisa's speaking upstairs?
Might be. She can speak.
She's doing a trainer sessions for
I'm
me.
just gonna show it to you.
I'll go tell her.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Is hier?
Yes.
It's a bietjie lank hierdie.
It is a...
It always makes me tired, this workshop. Do you like teaching it?
I do, but you get tired. You get drained after the session. I usually feel more tired on this day.
You think it's too long for the students?
Yeah, so I usually take a 5-minute break,
Oh,
like
you do?
every half an hour or so.
Okay.
So
They get through it.
they get through it, yeah.
Okay, so we're on page 7 of 17.
Mm.
Okay, it's alright, we'll be done with it by 4. Sien jy reg?
Yes.
Hoe lank is dit huis toe?
2 hours.
2 hours, okay, so you're done by 6. Is that
That's,
fine?
yeah, that's fine.
6:40.
Ina, so you are her household name in Bonneville. Would it be afterwards, would it be okay if you could just send a message to Bonneville and just the students? Please, just,
Oh, I'd love to.
just short, please.
To say?
Just wish them, and just,
lovely,
yeah. That most of them, they see you on the DVD and it's like they know you from the DVD, but
Okay.
just like some people feel a responsibility towards work for a living and
Okay,
the
nice.
person who brought it to them.
Yeah,
So
yeah, awesome.
thank you. So I'm gonna do this also now.
Yeah, let's just get it done so that we've always got it and then we can decide whether we want to use it or not.
So, have you heard of the word arachnophobia? It's the fear of spiders. Claustrophobia, the fear of closed spaces. And xenophobia, the fear of foreigners. So what we are seeing at present is not xenophobia. If you fear spiders, you do not kill them, you stay away from them. If you fear closed spaces, you avoid them. What we are seeing happening in South Africa is not xenophobia. Okay. Yes. What we are seeing happening in South Africa is not xenophobia, the fear of foreigners. It's genocide. Genocide is defined as the deliberate killing of a large group of people, especially those of a particular nation or ethnic group. Discriminate killings. Indiscriminate. Okay. Indiscriminate killings. What we are seeing is not a few of foreigners, but the deliberate killing of a. Yes.
Okay, let's just go back to indiscriminate killings.
Indiscriminate killings. What we are seeing is not a few of foreigners, but the deliberate killing of a specific group of people. This is genocide. Let's stop fooling ourselves and call it what it is. Genocide, murder, jealousy, envy of what they have, greed for their belongings. They are not taking our jobs. Our centers have many foreigners, and it is almost impossible for any of them to get employed through any corporate. Okay. They are not taking our jobs. Our centers have many foreigners, and it's almost impossible for any of them to get employed through any corporate. So they start working for themselves and supply our people with goods that they need. The Lord says in Deuteronomy 10 verse 19, "And you are to love those who are foreigners, for you yourself were foreigners in Egypt." In Leviticus 19 verse 33 it says, "When a foreigner resides amongst you in your land, do not ill-treat them. The foreigner residing amongst you must be treated as your native born. Love them as you love yourself, for you were foreigners in Egypt. I am the Lord your God." In Psalm 146 verse 9 it says, "The Lord watches over the foreigners and sustains the fatherless and the widow, but he frustrates the ways of the wicked." People, we are the wicked. These scriptures are referring to. The wicked are the people killing and discriminating against foreigners. And God says he will frustrate the way of the wicked. That means no matter what we try, we will not succeed. We will be frustrated in all our efforts. And to those of us sitting around watching all of this, shaking our heads and clicking our tongues at the bad people killing and burning the foreigners, Edmund Burke said, "Evil happens when good people do nothing." By standing around and talking about this, doing nothing, we are the wicked. The foreigners are the people. The foreigners are the people from countries that hated apartheid. They stood by South Africans and helped them, allowing them into their countries. Okay. The foreigners. The foreigners are the people from countries that hated apartheid and stood by South Africans and helped them, allowing them into their countries with the apartheid. Okay. Yes. The foreigners are the people from the countries. Let's start again. Sorry. The foreigners are people from countries that hated apartheid. They stood by South Africans and helped them, allowing them into their countries when the apartment. Oh man.
Yes.
Okay.
Ek voel so, ek het nie eers iets gedoen nie.
Apartheid. The foreigners are the people from countries that hated apartheid, that stood by South Africans and helped them, allowing them into their countries when the apartheid government wouldn't. Yet, we forget this. We are the ones who need to protect these people. We are the ones to stand. We are the ones who need to stand. So can I start from we are the ones? We are the ones who need to stand up in communities and protect them. We are the ones that need to defend them when the discussion comes up with your friends and family. We are going to suffer as a result of doing nothing. Already, South Africans are being kicked out of Nigeria and other African countries. Our companies are being closed down. African companies here are closing their factories. The world wants to impose sanction on us, like in the apartheid years, for genocide. Yet, we do nothing. If we do nothing, you and I are the wicked, and we have blood on our hands. We will be frustrated in all our endeavors. God help us if we ever have to flee our borders to neighboring countries. God help us. The question is...
It's
Oh.
a facilitator session.
Okay.
Sorry, no, it's a facilitator session after this next session. What he's going to read now, this next sentence.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
Let's just go from the last line. God help us if we ever have.
Okay.
Well, no, there can be a space after that, God help us.
Okay.
And then to the next one. So you can start, the question is.
The question is, have you been discriminated against? Have you been taught to hate? Hate men, hate the government, hate white people, hate black people, hate foreigners. Discuss this now.
Good.
Sure.
Hmm?
No, it's a.
It's a hefty workshop.
It's a big uphill.
We're past halfway.
You mind if
We're at halfway.
I'm just gonna cut this here. Reason being, if anything happens for some reason,
We don't want to lose it all.
yeah, and the files get corrupted.
We don't want that.
We
to
don't.
happen.
We
don't want
don't
that.
want that.
Yeah.
We don't need to lose an
We do
hour's
not
work.
need to lose it.
We can just do this. Okay, it's Work for a Living 2023, Scene 7, Take 1B.
I remember now the cap throwing. What is professionalism? Proverbs 22 offers the following insight. Observe people who are good at their work. Skilled workers are always in demand and admired. They don't take a back seat to anyone. The first step in becoming a professional is to decide that you are one. I'm asking you today, have you made the choice? If not, today is the day to decide. You must choose to say, I am a professional. From this day forward, I will conduct myself professionally. What is a professional? Some of you might be soccer fans. Consider your favorite soccer player. Is that player regarded as a professional? If so, what makes them professional? It is likely that it boils down to three key factors. He's extremely good at what he's doing in his job. Okay.
It likely boils down.
Yes. It likely. Yes. It likely boils down to three key factors. He's extremely good at his job. What he does is done with skill, and he's an expert. Discuss amongst yourselves, what do you think are the characteristics of a professional?
So the decision. Yeah?
Yep.
What is your role as a professional in the workplace? We will now look at a few things that you can do to enhance your professionalism in the workplace and to be seen as a professional. The first is trust. First, you need to look trustworthy. And second, you need to be trustworthy.
Okay, sorry, stop there. I would suggest place focus on the first. You need to look trustworthy, and second, you need to be trustworthy.
Okay.
So the look and the be is the two accentpunte.
The first is trust. First, you need to look trustworthy, and second, you need to be trustworthy. A colleague shared a recent story which she called a plumber that she had found online. They assured her that they would send someone to her home that afternoon at 2 o'clock. She thought this was fantastic, even though she didn't know the company. So, at 2 o'clock that afternoon, she was alone at home when the doorbell rang. She opened the door to find two large, heavy tattooed men with long, greasy hair and no sleeves standing there, and they were claiming to be the plumbers. Would you feel comfortable in that situation? Would you want them? Okay. Would you
feel comfortable?
Would you feel comfortable in her situation? Would you want these individuals in your house when you're alone? Probably not. By their appearance and demeanor, they immediately conveyed an untrustworthy image. This led to her to make This led her to make a decision. I don't feel comfortable with these people. I don't trust them. I don't want to be alone with them in my home. Would you feel safe in such a situation? Would you use the plumbing company or that plumber again? Probably not. Their conduct and appearance broke trust in an instant. I had recently experienced during our house renovation. I had a recent experience during our house renovation where we needed some electrical work done. We contacted an electrician and agreed on a price. He assured us that his son would arrive on Monday morning to do the work. When Monday came, a truck arrived with many people working everywhere on various tasks, such as tiling and plumbing. However, the electrician's son arrived in his truck along with his cousins, and 5 more people emerged from the back of the truck. What we didn't know at that time, and the contractor failed to mention, was that they were running a learnership or internship for young people. These 5 young individuals were learning on the job. In a house renovation situation with already numerous workers, having 7 electricians is far from ideal. The issue arose when The issue arose when the 7th person walked in. He had low slung jeans and a cap over his eyes. He slouched and his... Okay. Oh, my oor.
The issue arose?
Okay, my oor bly nou so bietjie.
Wil jy bietjie stop?
Is jy reg?
So if the quality drops, then... But ek is reg so. Ek wil nou net die... ja.
Moenie worry nie.
Is reg?
Ons check jou.
Yes. The issue arose... okay, one more time. The issue arose when the 7th person walked in. He had low slung jeans and a cap deep over his eyes. He slouched, and as he walked past me, I immediately nodded. Okay, maybe I need just 1 minute.
Just 1 minute.
Yeah, net om. The issue arose when the 7th person walked in. He had low slung jeans and a cap deep over his eyes. He slouched, and as he walked past me, he merely
Past halfway.
nodded in greeting with his hands in his pocket. Can I do this? Just have that? No.
Definitely.
so it's always interesting thing about working from home is the professionalism thing. It's always
Challenging.
strange, like because I am at home. I always feel like it's a bit of a unprofessional way of working. But on the other hand,
But I think this industry lends itself to it.
that's the thing.
You know, it's not like you getting accounting clients in your home.
No,
You know, it's different.
and it's very personal.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
it's really personal. Like,
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna cut this nonsense out. We're talking now. I made a note. Last week we did a shoot here, and the setup was the requirements were almost exactly the same, except we used a green screen in the back
Mm.
to do that visual effects thing where we cut we put a backdrop or thingy in, and but it looked totally different.
Mm.
And the people that came in here were so intimidated,
Ah,
and I realized no, it can't work like this.
okay.
It's too much. It's too much stuff, and it's not. Obviously it's not very tidy as it is, but
But this is a nice environment to work in, I think.
yeah. But that was the thing. Like I realized if we're gonna be here today and tomorrow, and we're gonna work the whole day with, like if you came in here today and you were intimidated from get go, it would have been very difficult for you. And I realized we can't have that. So
Yeah.
I tried to sort of change the environment around to even be more personal, less clinical,
Yeah, it's
less. No, I did for instance, I actively decided not to put a desk thing here, but to have it more like this. It just feels more natural,
Yeah,
it feels more
yeah.
comfortable.
Dis 'n barrier between.
Yeah.
Kies jy reg, meneer?
Yes.
Just note.
Of wil jy gaan rondstap? Jy reg.
Just a sec. Okay, let's take it from the issue arose.
Yes. The issue arose when the seventh person walked in. He had low-slung jeans and a cap deep over his eyes. He slouched, and as he walked past me, he merely nodded in greeting with his hand in his.
He merely nodded.
He merely nodded in greeting with his hands in his pocket.
So
Okay.
it should read, he merely nodded, comma, in greeting with his hands in his pockets.
Okay.
The issue arose.
The issue arose when the seventh person walked in. He had low-slung jeans and a cap deep over his eyes. He slouched, and as he walked past, he merely nodded in greeting with his hands in his pocket. While the others were working, I observed him standing against the wall in my house in a nonchalant manner. He kept looking around at my room. Do I feel positively towards them at that point? Would I consider... Okay, can I start with would I? Would I consider hiring them again? Absolutely not, and I doubt you would want to either. When the employer returned and they completed the job, my husband and I...
It's now on record.
No,
I
please.
was just thinking, where's that? Okay, when the employer returned and they completed the job, I explained. Can you just go up a bit,
Yes.
Sarah?
Sorry.
Sorry, down, whatever.
And then,
I expressed our dissatisfaction, and I told him, thank you for the work, but we're not. Okay, let's redo that one, shall we? Unless you want to leave it.
no, it's okay. When the employer returned and they completed the job, we expressed our dissatisfaction.
Yeah.
Obviously it's an airplane mode, but it's on Wi-Fi.
Ah.
Now it all makes sense. Okay. Ready?
When the employer returned and they completed the job, we expressed our dissatisfaction. Yes. When the employer returned and they completed the job, my husband and I... No, man. No, man, I just got my baby's girl's like an expression towards it, like, Dad. When the employee returned and got it now. When the employee returned and they completed the job, we expressed our dissatisfaction. We told him, "Thank you for the work, but we will never use your service again." He was taken aback and asked why. We explained the situation and he apologized. However, the key point here is that he should have been more diligent and ensured that his employees conducted themselves professionally. A young worker's behavior can potentially harm a business by breaking the trust of a customer and an employer.
Let's just say a young worker's behavior can potentially harm a business by breaking the trust a customer has in an employer.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think it's actually a good sentence. Yeah, potentially harm a business by breaking the trust that the customer has.
Yeah. A young worker's behavior can potentially harm a business by breaking the trust that the customer has. The way you conduct yourself, whether it's related to your attire, your interactions with people, or how you treat others, can break or build trust. In another incident, a female colleague told me they had hired a security company to install a security system. The sales consultant arrived, and as he walked into the bedroom, he casually took off his cap and tossed it onto the bed. It made her feel extremely uncomfortable. It wasn't about judging the appearance or him as a person, but his behavior and the impression it left. Trust was immediately broken, and they did not do business with that company. Such conduct is unacceptable for an employee. Professionalism should be maintained at all times. Besides physical appearance, trust is built by following through on commitments. If I promise, okay, can I start from besides? Besides physical appearance, trust is built by following through on commitment. If I promise to provide you with a quote, I must deliver it. If I commit to sharing certain information, I need to do so. If I say I'll complete the task within a specific time frame, I must meet the deadline. This is what a professional does. As an employee, my role is to keep clients happy. This is essential because when clients are satisfied, they are more likely to return and continue using our services. You might wonder why you should care, especially if you receive your wage regardless. Well, I care because when the business is profitable, I care because if the business is profitable, my employer identifies me as the one making a difference. If he identifies me, well, can I start? Yes. Well, I care because if the business is profitable, my employer identifies me as the one making a difference. If he identifies me making a difference, he doesn't want to lose me. I'm paid well, promoted in time, and looked after. The next aspect is to consider greeting. In a professional environment, greetings should be in... Okay.
And next aspect to consider is greeting, not a greeting.
The next aspect to consider is greeting. In a professional environment, greeting should involve a suitable handshake and direct eye contact and a warm smile. The handshake should be firm but not overly so. It's important to avoid being over-friendly or too touchy. If you see people stepping back, when you greet them, it means that you are too much in their space. If it's part of your culture being touchy and more physical with each other, then you need to be aware of other people's cultures. That might not be so. You need to be able to read the situation and conduct yourself as a professional. You are now going to practice professional greetings with each other. Okay. You are now going to practice professional greetings with each other by standing up, making eye contact, smiling, shaking hands, and stepping back. Listening.
So facilitate a session.
Yeah.
Nearly 3/4 through.
Then I'm going to. Okay. Oh. Ready?
Yes. Listening is another aspect of professionalism. Proverbs 18 reminds us that answering before listening is both stupid and rude. Proverbs 3 says to never walk away from someone who deserves your help. Your hand is God's hand for that person. When someone seeks your help or asks a question, avoid the automatic response of saying, I don't know, or dismissing their needs. Listening carefully. Okay. Can I start? Listening carefully can enable you to assist the person effectively. If you're unsure, ask questions to understand their needs better. Always try to help the person, and if you can't, guide them to someone who can. Don't walk away or leave the person without assistance. Solve the problem. That is the professional conduct. In terms of body language, eye contact is vital in the business world. Direct eye contact. In terms of body language, eye contact is vital in a business world. Direct eye contact demonstrates your presence, focus, and undivided attention to the person you are interacting with. It conveys your commitment to doing business with them. It says the following: I know that you have walked into my store with the purpose of buying something. So I want to make sure that I give you my full undivided attention. I'm present, I'm here, and I'm focused on you. That is professional conduct. Regardless of personality, whether you are casual or happy-go-lucky, it's important to recognize that certain behaviors is not acceptable in a professional environment. If you choose to be a professional, you must adapt. Yeah. Yes. Regardless of your personality, whether you are casual or happy-go-lucky, it's important to recognize you have a certain to recognize that. Regardless of your personality, whether you are casual or happy-go-lucky, it is important to recognize that certain behaviors are not acceptable in a professional environment. If you choose to be a professional, you must adapt your behavior and body language accordingly, as a casual attitude may deter clients and colleagues from engaging with you.
Wasn't heard often as a casual? You must adapt your behavior, body language.
As a casual what is it now?
No, you must start this. If you
If
choose
you-
to be a professional,
Okay.
deter. The word is
Deter. If you choose to be a professional, you must adapt your okay. Yes. If you choose to be a professional, let's go. If you choose to be a professional, you must adapt your behavior and body language accordingly. As a casual
So, as a casual attitude may deter clients. No, so not, it's not as a casual.
as a
It's
casual.
a casual attitude. Because, or rather say because, a casual attitude will deter clients, will chase clients away,
Okay.
and colleagues as well from engaging with you. Do you understand?
Makes sense. Huh? Yes. If you choose to be a professional, you must adapt your behavior and body language accordingly, because a casual attitude may deter clients and colleagues from engaging with you. It's essential not to judge people solely. It's essential not to judge people solely based on their physical appearance, as this is unprofessional. In terms of body language, avoid having a cross or sullen expression. Do you know what sullen means? I'm serious and I've got a sour face. Don't talk to me. I don't want to help you. Even if you sigh, it's crucial to make an effort to smile. A shy person can still put on a friendly smile. A smiling and smiling. Even if you're shy. Even if you're shy, it's crucial to make an effort to smile. A shy person can put a smile. Niemand can put on a friendly smile. So good and it smiles, world smiles.
Shy and
Smile. Even if you're shy, it's crucial to make an effort to smile. A shy person can still put on a friendly smile, and smiling can compensate for other weaknesses. Even if you're shy, it's crucial to make an effort to smile. A shy person can still put on a friendly smile, and smiling can compensate for other weaknesses. People tend to view friendly individuals who deliver on their promises as professionals. On a recent supermarket visit, I encountered an employee sitting in an aisle. I approached him and asked for assistance. On a recent supermarket visit, I encountered an employee sitting in an aisle. I approached him and asked for assistance in finding a product, but he abruptly
He just got up and walked away. Don't
Yeah.
use that word abruptly.
On a recent sure. Sure.
So I'm actually going to make a change to this workshop. I'm going to cut it in half and get you to go to the end of handling a complaint. And then I'm going to let Mandisa do that little extra service excellence. So that when we do it, we don't have, because I know when I do it, it's from the beginning to the end. It's not for me, but we want the students to, there's a change, there's a new facilitator.
Yes,
Okay,
it sparks
let's
it.
sit up and wait a bit. Because this workshop, I've always felt that it's too long.
Yeah.
I've told Mandisa many times we need to cut it. She's like, no, we need to keep it as it is, but I think it'll work to just break it up. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. And just there's a few stories. It's 3 stories that you share, and you lose people from the second story because they get what you're saying and they get the idea, and then another story comes and another story. And no, that's on worldview. It's on worldview, but
yeah.
it's just something that I've noticed. But
Yeah.
I agree.
Good. Okay.
Ready? In 5, 3.
On a recent supermarket visit, I encountered an employee sitting in an aisle. I approached him and asked for assistance in finding a product. He quickly got up and walked away. This unprofessional behavior left me unsure of whether he had hurt me or intended to help. Do I follow him? Is he coming back? Has he called someone to help? His body language conveyed a strong message that he didn't want to assist. In terms of appearance, hygiene.
You need to, okay. In terms of appearance, so now we're doing hygiene.
Yeah.
So it's a new section.
Can I start with hygiene?
Yeah. Well, it's a section on appearance. So there's going to be a banner in the front saying appearance. So you can't just carry on.
Yeah.
So you got to start again. Okay? In terms of appearance.
Yes. In terms of appearance, hygiene is very important. Keep your nails short and clean. Fresh breath is essential. In terms of appearance, hygiene is very important. Keep your nails short and clean. Fresh breath is essential, and regular flossing is the key to ensuring it. Avoid the unpleasant habit of snorting, which is considered extremely rude in public situations. Some people attribute it to sinus issues, but it's a bad habit that should be addressed. Some people attribute it to sinus issues, but it's a bad habit that should be addressed to maintain professionalism. Maintaining good professional hygiene is crucial to avoid bad body odor.
Maintain good personal hygiene.
Ah, okay. Maintaining good personal hygiene is crucial to avoid bad body odor. We've all been in a situation where someone's body odor iets maak nog nie sin nou nie.
When someone's body odor in a taxi made everyone uncomfortable.
Okay. Maintaining good personal hygiene is crucial to avoid bad body odor. We've all been in a situation when someone's body odor in a taxi made everyone uncomfortable. It's essential to seek feedback from someone you trust to ensure your breath is fresh and you don't have body odor. Everyone, especially men, should regularly check that their clothes are clean and that they maintain personal cleanliness. Everyone, especially men, should regularly check that their clothes are clean.
Stumble.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes. Everyone, especially men, should regularly check that their clothes are clean and that they maintain personal cleanliness. Certain fabrics, especially synthetic cotton, can trap odor, and even washing in such cases. Nou raak my Engelse bundles op.
Engels is op.
Engelse
Certain fabrics can trap odors even after washing.
Cert-
Amper daar. For his section. Mandisa's gonna do that last section.
Okay.
Certain fabrics, especially synthetic cotton, can trap odors even after washing. In such cases, it's best to discard the item if the smell persists. Okay.
Certain fabrics.
Yes.
Rudy, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you think we've dealt enough with hygiene in job readiness?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Should we take it out here?
Yes. Yes. That's one thing I could immediately agree on. Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, then I need to take it out of the manual
So
too.
I think you actually going into more detail there.
Yeah. And it's not just because I want to. It's just I agree with
In
you.
terms of appearance.
Yeah.
Eh?
Appearance.
In terms of appearance, hygiene is
It's
very
just such an
important.
issue.
I understand.
Do they get it in job readiness?
Yes. And the facilitator can actually remind them of that.
No, it's not I can't. What we do once, you deciding now for everybody that we're
Yeah,
cutting
I
out
understand.
appearance.
Understand.
Ask Mandisa quickly.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, come on.
To be Gemsbok.
I hope she's finished.
Ek sou net reference gemaak het tot die ander
Ja.
content. Ek doen dit baie keer in die ander training goed, dis ek skiet sal sê om te sê as referred to in our other module,
Yes. Yes.
hygiene is important. Carry on.
Still some. Nee, my Engelse bundles is not.
Hier, ek het 'n Engelse ou wat ons gebly het. In Engels. En partykeer was hy laat in die nag nog kuier.
Sorry, Rudy. Mandisa's like, under no circumstances they've forgotten.
Okay.
She struggles too much with their appearance.
No problem. Okay.
Is jy reg?
Yes. Ek is 'n team player. Ek
Ja.
ja.
Certain fabrics, ons gaan weer van certain fabrics af. I just need to cancel my notes here. Certain fabrics, ons jump hier so in by 32:30. Begin in 5 sekondes. 3.
Certain fabrics, especially synthetic cotton, can trap odors even after washing. In such cases, why am I saying case? Okay. Certain fabrics, especially synthetic cotton, can trap odors even after washing. In such cases, it's best to discard the item if the smell persists, even if you can't smell it yourself. Here's an example. There's a doctor in a small town who has been a sweater since childhood, sweating excessively since he was a child. Now, as a doctor, he has to be careful about his body odor issues, ensuring he washes. Now, as a doctor, he has to be careful about his body odor issues, ensuring he washes twice a day and uses powder to stay fresh. Imagine he leans over patients and examines them. People start noticing and commenting on his body odor. Such a situation could lead to a loss of business. This story highlights that regardless of your profession or professional circumstances,
Personal circumstances. The story highlights.
so where am I now?
The story highlights. It's
Okay.
personal circumstances.
Yes.
Mm-mm.
Such
Profession or personal circumstances.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sync issue.
such a situation can lead. Okay, nee,
What was
ek
this
kan
The story highlights.
Yes.
In the middle.
Okay. The story highlights that regardless of your profession or personal circumstances, you must ensure your body odor doesn't become a problem and affect your reputation. Tidiness is important. After completing a job or task, it's vital to clean up after yourself. This reflects. Okay. Tidiness is important. After completing a job or task, it's vital to clean up after yourself. This reflects professionalism and respect for the space and people around you. Recently, we had a plumber to come to our house to fix something in the bathroom, and I was quite surprised by his behavior. He had come to replace a pipe, and when he finished, he left the old pipe and the debris from the job behind. There were plastic pieces. Ja, het begin
Yes,
alles.
I lees sleg.
Ja.
Ek lees 'n bietjie. Ons gaan hier come to play the part.
He had come to replace a pipe, and when he finished, he left the old pipe and all the debris from the job behind. There were plastic pieces, bits of metal, tape, and mess he hadn't bothered to clean up. It was rather unpleasant sight. It was rather it was rather unpleasant sight.
It was rather unpleasant.
Yeah. It was rather unpleasant and felt like he was saying, I've done my job, you clean up after me. Would I hire a plumber again? Oh no, that plumber. Waar begin ek nou? It was rather.
It was rather unpleasant.
Okay. It was rather unpleasant and felt like he was saying, I've done my part, you clean up after me. Would I hire that plumber again? Absolutely not. I wouldn't use.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I wouldn't use his services. It's important to note that his plumber.
Absolutely not. Up and off.
Absolutely not. I wouldn't use his services. It's important to note that this plumber wasn't the business owner, but an employee. However, his conduct reflected poorly on the entire business, and I wouldn't want to work with him again. That's the kind of impact a single individual can have. In contrast, we had an experience. In contrast, we had an experience with another construction company tasked with demolishing a large wall in a house, separating a kitchen and a lounge. By the end of the day, after a lot of dust and debris, there wasn't a speck of dust left in the house. These professionals took the time to cover everything with black plastic, from the furniture to the passageway. They meticulously cleaned up, working for about 2 hours to ensure that the place was spotless. This level of professionalism had led to their growth, and they now one of the city's leading. This level of professionalism. This level of professionalism had led to their growth, and they're now one of the city's leading construction firms, even 8 years later. Now, moving on to the topic of familiarity. Being too familiar with people, clients, or even your boss can be a problem. We've learned some valuable lessons from that same house project and gathered useful teaching material. In the same house, we had a few workers, and during their lunch break, they decided to go and relax under a tree outside. They had brought some chicken with them and left the chicken bones lying around for me to clean up. Let's consider this scenario. Imagine I'm a person who makes curtains for a living. You've hired me to create and hang curtains in your house. During my tea or lunch break, would I just go and lie down in your garden under your tree? Would I bring food and leave a mess for you to deal with? No, I would never do that. Instead, I would approach you and ask politely, "Excuse me, ma'am, where can I have my lunch break? Is there a suitable spot?" It doesn't matter who you are or who I am. I will always seek your permission.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter who you are or who I am. I will always seek your permission and respect your space. Too often, contractors and workers.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter who you are or who I am. I will always seek your permission and respect your space. Too often, contractors and workers take liberties by sitting or resting wherever they please, without considering the property owner. This is not the way to conduct oneself professionally. You should never assume it's okay to use the patio furniture or leave your belongings lying around. You don't sleep outside. It's not professional. It's too familiar. Always ask for permission and show respect for someone else's property. I remember another incident with a gentleman. Okay.
There's amper dus. You've got another page and a bit.
41. Was so snow. I remember
Another incident. Just above, simply too familiar.
Ja, ek is dankbaar. Môre is my laaste dag. Dan nog 'n dag as my stem weg.
Wat is môre? Is dit klaar môre?
Final day, ja.
Oh wow.
Yes.
And then?
Then we're done for the year.
Wow.
Yeah. We were actually thinking of doing an alumni event,
Okay,
getting
nice.
all the graduates
Sure.
together, but yeah. But
Okay.
hopefully in the future.
So you're on leave from tomorrow?
No, I'm still working till December, and then early January we'll start with the new course, and early February.
Nice.
Yeah. The idea is everyone who goes into programs and opportunities has to do the work readiness course.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay, so good.
I remember another incident when a gentleman, possibly a plumber or an apprentice, walked down the hallway and asked our domestic worker, "Hey, where's my coffee?" Okay, where's my...
It's fine. Where's my coffee? Where's my coffee? Is also fine.
Okay.
I remember.
I remember another incident when a gentleman, possibly a plumber or apprentice. I remember another incident with a gentleman, possibly a plumber or apprentice. Come on.
Leave out the and don't even say plumber. A guy working for us walked down the hallway.
Contractor.
A contractor recently, and I remember another incident when a contractor walked down the hallway.
I remember another incident when a plumber walked a contractor.
Picking on the plumbers here.
Yeah.
I remember another incident when a contractor walked down the hallway and asked our domestic worker, "Hey, when's my coffee going to be ready?" I went up to the man and said, "Excuse me, sir. I just want to tell you something. You are here to do a job for me. I have appointed you to do a job for me. If you want coffee, you come to me and you ask me for coffee. I will make arrangements for you. You do not go to someone who works for me and order her around. Do you understand that?" He says, "Yes, I'm very sorry." Simply too familiar. A very big danger is when we have a nice employer. They're just friendly, nice, good people. The risk and a very real danger is that you let your guard down and you forget that that person is your employer, your boss. You forget that that person is the one that pays you at the end of the day and decides whether you get promotion or not. They're so friendly, but they also do not set boundaries in place. What's going to happen is one day you are going to overstep that boundary. You are going to get into a terrible... You are going to get into it. Yeah, my oor blur now. Yes. You are going to get into a terrible...
It's fine. It's fine. You can say get into a territory. You can go into a territory.
You are going to get into a territory that you shouldn't and you shouldn't be. Okay. You are going to get into a territory that you shouldn't... Sorry. You are going to get into a territory that you shouldn't be, and you're going to say something that you shouldn't say to your employer. You are going to say something that you would say to a friend. You're just going to be too casual, and it's going to turn around.
You're just going to be too casual.
You're just going to be too casual, and it's going to turn around and bite you. Recently, we've encountered a situation where a woman interviewed for a job. I inquired about her previous job, and she explained that her employer had moved to Cape Town. She mentioned how close they were, best buddies. She said, "I decided to check a reference by contacting the employer. The employer praised the excellent work ethic, hard work, and punctuality. However, she added that they had
They not relocated.
However, she added, had they not relocated, a conversation might have been necessary because the employee. Yes. However, she added, had they not relocated, a conversation might have been necessary because the employee had become too familiar. The employee believed that such a great friendship, but the employer felt she had crossed a line. The employee had misinterpreted.
Relocating. I'm on my own there.
Eish.
The employee had misinterpreted.
Yes. The employee had misinterpreted the employer's friendliness. Another situation involves one of our students who did an office management internship and had to shadow a receptionist for a week. The intern initially got along well with the receptionist, but then became too familiar after a few days. She said she had... can I start what she said? She said that she would never employ the students, but in the students' mind, everything was great. This illustrates the danger.
Sorry, can you just do that again? It's not the students, that's our mistake.
Yeah.
She said she she would never employ the student. Yeah.
She said she would never employ the student, but in the student's mind, everything was great. This illustrates the danger of overstepping boundaries when an employer is friendly. An employer can be friendly, but it doesn't mean that they are your friend, except in exceptional cases. Even in such exceptional relationships, it's essential to maintain some level of professionalism. A colleague told me recently, my boss. Okay. A colleague.
Yeah.
A colleague told me recently, my boss was a close friend and even the best man at our wedding. I always approached him professionally when I was. My
So
energy
yet
is.
I always approached you professionally. Yet?
Yet, I always approached him professionally. When I was in his office, I asked if I could sit and maintain a certain level of formality. You should exercise caution. Yet,
You should exercise caution.
as ek nou.
You should exercise.
Okay.
Yes.
Ek het hom ja. In die middel. You should exercise caution in such situations. Please take a moment to discuss this topic.
Ons is amper daar. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut professionalism in two. That service excellence at the end, we're going to keep it separate. I'll explain to you. Just so that there's a change. Because it's a long, you know, I've always felt that. Okay. Okay, so ons is one page away. One page. Is jy reg?
One page away from the next page.
Okay.
Guys, just a second.
Literally. We're on page 13, we're getting to page 14.
5, 4, 3.
You have the power to determine how people value you. One of the most effective ways to do this through behavior and treatment of is. Yeah. You have the power to determine how people value you. One of the most effective ways to do this is through your behavior and treatment of others. Treat people the way you would want to be treated. If you show respect, people will reciprocate with respect. If you view others as equals, they will treat you similarly. Your self-perception and the way you present yourself makes a significant impact. If you carry yourself with confidence and self-worth, others will treat you accordingly. Conversely, is it conversely? Conversely.
Alternatively.
Alternatively. Sounds better.
Sounds better.
Alternatively, if you act like you're worth very little, people will see you that way. If we're all sitting here and a man walks through the door, when he starts speaking to us, all of us will decide within the first 30 seconds whether he's a professional or not. We don't know where he comes from. We don't know what education he has by the way that he treats us. We don't know what education he has, but by the way, we don't know what education he has, but by the way he treats us and speaks to us, we will know whether he's a professional or not. In various situations, like handling complaints from suppliers, customers, or employers, it's common for individuals to deflect responsibility and make excuses. Most employers and businesses have the following scenarios where somebody is working for them, the employer says to them, "You did a bad job." What do most employees do? "Oh, me? It wasn't me, it was him. I'm not the one who broke the equipment." Okay. Okay. What do most employees do? "Who, me? It wasn't me, it was him. I'm not the one who broke the equipment, it was him. I'm not the one who messed up. It was her. We're constantly making excuses for something that went wrong. But it... Kan ek weer daai hele stuk?
No, I think you did fine.
Okay.
You did fine.
Okay.
Just go, but true professionalism. True
But-
professionals.
Okay. But true professionalism takes ownership.
Two
Profe-
professionals.
But true professionals, sorry. But true professionals takes ownership. When something goes wrong and you are at fault, the ability to acknowledge it and say, I made a mistake, I'm sorry, and I'll ensure it doesn't happen again, is highly valued. This behavior is that of an owner, someone who takes responsibility for problems or complaints. It's essential to be honest about your mistakes, whether they involve poor work quality or other shortcomings. There's nothing more valuable to an employer than someone who's able to take responsibility for themselves or who is prepared to take responsibility for the company. I want you now to get into small groups and you're going to be doing a role play scenario.
Role play
Scenario.
Let's see. So that is
So we say you've got the role play scenario is only one after the situation.
Yeah,
So it's not quite here, correct?
Hmm?
It's after this paragraph he's going
Oh,
to
is
read
it?
now.
yeah,
Yeah.
so after that.
My mistake. Okay.
The situation is where you're okay. The situation is where you're in the complaints department of a company. One of you is handling the complaint and the other is directing the complaint. As the complaints department, it's not going to be easy. You could be returning a cell phone or you could be returning clothing, but the most important thing to remember is the customer is always right. While you can't offer an immediate replacement or solution like a new okay. Weer van wel. While you can't offer an immediate replacement or solution like a new cell phone, you must be prepared to address and resolve the problem. Avoid escalating emotions by saying things like, calm down. Instead, focus on demonstrating understanding and empathy. Let the customer know that you're on their side and committed to resolving the issue. If you can effectively.
Okay.
Net weer van.
Skis.
If you can effectively.
What is it? If you can
Yes.
effectively-
If you can effectively convey your willingness to help and alleviate. If you can effectively convey your willingness and help to alleviate the problem, you can handle complaints professionally. Please proceed with the role play exercise.
Good job, Rudy.
Oi.
Rudy ran out of words in the English. His English
English
was
is gone.
missing.
Sure. Reserve.
You know what?
Is it Rudy?
It's done with Rudy. Now we're going to start with Mandisa. Rudy, I also struggle with this workshop. I don't know what it is. Ask Mandisa. I often say to her, Mandisa, I don't want to do professionalism.
Never. It doesn't
Yeah.
work.
So what we're going to do with the service excellence part, is we're going to talk about either you must do it or we're going to leave my section as is, just so that there's a change.
You know what we forgot to do?
Huh?
The job readiness 2 role play.
Doing the job hunt.
What is that?
Yeah. Where Rudy is like, can I bring her in?
Okay, can we quickly do it?
While Rudy's here.
Yeah.
Right.
Is it fine?
What
Rudy?
does it mean? Are you just gonna Start off.
Yeah, we can stand, it's fine. Or we can take a chair and then he can sit and then.
A chair, can she put a chair with a little table?
the desk?
But we don't want to to be a big, it's just a role play. Because we want to still get a workshop of Mandisa's done today.
Yeah, no, I get that. When do you want to do the rest of this one?
No, we're not going to worry about it now.
Okay.
Not now.
What do you want to do now?
We want to
That's
do this
important.
little role play so that Rudy can go, and
Mhm.
then one of Mandisa's workshops, and the rest she can do tomorrow morning.
Okay, no, that's good.
So do you mind quickly doing it?
I don't mind.
So you're literally going to walk up to Mandisa and say, "Here's my CV," and she's going to dismiss you.
Yeah. So you want a little.
You know what? A little chair and then a little table.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we then okay. Rudy's gonna. He's gonna bring the CV. I have to drop off my CV. No. We don't take CVs.
Okay.
We do it, and then he comes back.
And then you can discuss it. What do you think?
How do you? And then I can do the other parts of like, okay,
Mm.
you can't be working like I can do
Yeah,
that one.
yeah.
Just this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Go sit.
Okay, so.
Here's your CV, Rudy.
Wherever you want me
You're
to
gonna
sit.
walk in. That's all.
And you're gonna be sitting and you're gonna be putting your CV
Walking
down,
in, yeah.
and
Bringing
you're
the
gonna.
CV.
What are you gonna be doing?
I'm just gonna say we don't take CVs,
And that's it.
and then he's gonna stand there and then leave.
Maybe on your phone.
Yeah.
Because people,
So just
Can
move
I use
chair
your
around.
Yes, I'm gonna take it out.
Is here is
I'm
fine.
gonna direct you now.
Okay.
Just hold on. Just need to make sure that I can actually do it from here. Okay, so you're gonna be walking in. Let's flip the table around. You can sit. You can sit. Door. Next door. What? What did I do now? You want to go this way around? That's what I want.
Okay.
Okay, you can sit on this side. Do we need to see Rudy's face?
No.
Not really. If you can, that would be good, but not really.
Okay, Rudy stap gehad met in, maar miskien kom sit van die van die kant af. Kan jy nie so sien nie? So kom van die kant af. Okay, maar dan gaan ek jou gesig sien. Maar hou jou lyf pointing that way. Put it down
Am
this
I
way.
good here?
Yes, you are good. Both of your bodies are facing the camera.
Okay.
Okay, ons probeer gegaan. Rudy, come in.
Sorry, hi. Do you have any jobs maybe available?
We don't take CVs.
Sure. Sorry, I need a job.
We don't take CVs. Yo, hi Bo.
Can I leave my
No,
seat?
we don't take CVs, Booty.
That's all right. That was just
That's all right.
just a
And that's enough,
Rehearsal.
Mandisa.
That's it.
We can fix that.
Yeah.
just a
That's it.
second.
That was excellent.
That was just rehearsal.
The first thing
Excellent
was-
rehearsal. Excellent rehearsal.
We get that on camera in case we never get that right.
No, just keep it on camera. I want them to show me what they're gonna do.
Sure.
We've done it already.
Mm.
Because I think that's the thing, you've got to really work
Mm.
this one, and he's got to keep trying,
Mm.
and you've got to keep like, drop Booty. All good.
Wat sien ek nou daar? Ek kan nie van wat ek sien nie. Okay, just one line, Melissa, please, just for a sound check.
We don't take CVs.
Okay, that's good. What is this? What do we call this?
Job readiness
Job
2.
readiness 2.
Job
It's
readiness.
going to be part of tomorrow's job readiness 2.
Okay,
But we just needed another person to do it.
that's good. Work for a living, 2023, scene 8, take 1. Second. And action.
Hi, hello. I'm looking for a job,
We
please.
don't take CVs.
Sorry, I'm looking for a job. You don't
We
have.
don't take CVs, Booty.
But can I please leave my seat?
Yo, hi Bo. We don't take CVs. We don't have no jobs. We don't take CVs. Okay. We're gonna have so much fun with these videos. I'm telling you. It's gonna be so awesome. I can't wait.
I can't wait.
It's gonna be great. Great. Okay, Rudy. Dank meneer.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, eh?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You did
Thank you.
fantastic today.
Thank you.
It's not easy, eh?
It isn't, but experience
Doable.
is-
No, but look here, you did great. I think it's going to be amazing, amazing, amazing.
I agree. Thank you
Huh?
so much.
Yeah, and we'll do another batch next year sometime.
Thank you.
Yeah. Weekend of the 8th.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Strand has agreed. Carol has agreed. Lutando has agreed. Amy has agreed.
who's Carl?
Carol. Carol,
From
if he
From George.
Yeah.
Oh, George. What you do? Oh, the 8th of
December.
party. Are you all coming to Cape Town?
We don't know where. We've got to discuss.
Okay, nice. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's important.
Year-end function.
Oh, nice. That's good.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's a good thing to do.
Western Cape has agreed. Spokazi, Carol, you, me, Lutando, Amy. I'm just waiting for
Eileen?
Pindile.
Never.
Samuel and Ellen, they've agreed.
Ah, lovely.
So I'm waiting for Pindile to just say
Okay.
and then we can discuss all of the other stuff.
Nice.
So
You should someone tell PE if they want to attend the wedding. They'll come, I'm telling you. They need any.
they are having it tomorrow with you.
Yeah. Well, I'm only seeing them for a little bit. Okay.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you
Thanks,
so much.
Rudy. Mandisa, which workshop are you doing now?
Starting with World of Work.
Okay. We're just gonna do that one today.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a long one.
Thank you guys. All of the best.
Rudy, ek gaan gou vir jou uitgaan.
World of Work is long.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Rudy.
Bye,
Travel
Rudy.
safely.
Thanks a lot, eh?
Thank you.
Don't forget your charger, ne?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Your what?
It's charger. It's not long, but remember you've added.
Come on, Lisa. No mistakes.
What? Took long.
No mistakes.
TTT, I'm telling you,
Are we good? Are we good?
they're good. Everyone confirmed that they've booked. They're coming. Yeah. Elevator pitch. Eventually, Ntiki got it. Russell got it. Nigeria got it. I'm not sure about Lemawit, but we'll see.
Can I just say a word? I don't want to come.
But we'll see.
And Akanya,
Akanya, yes, he did. He did.
all of a sudden we got such a stall in the room.
I was saying, we started with this group and like. Is it the fire fragrance people that was?
Not a fan.
And Anna is doing accelerators. Okay.
I'm sure I'm supposed to meet with the accelerators. This week's been missed appointments, I'm sure.
And then with this workshop, with professionalism, from after the role play, customer complaints, we carry on with the old one.
So what do you think the old one is necessary? The service part.
You know,
So I'm trying to cut this workshop.
mm,
But you're not sure. So what comes afterwards is this part, we pay your salary.
Who pays your salary?
That's quite
That
important.
is important.
Culture of excellence, personal responsibility, assess yourself. And make up. Can we just leave it the old one?
The whole package.
That's what I'm saying, we leave the old part so there's just a new video.
Anything on to different.
Yeah, well, it can be a separate little video. Chantal. Hey Chantal, I hope I haven't missed a meeting with the accelerators group, but I wouldn't have made it anyway. So I'm not sure if are we meeting with them next week or what it is. Just let me know. Okay, but thank you. Last bit. Is it fine?
It's fine.
It's actually very simple.
It is.
Okay, now you off. So that was a bit of a struggle, Carrot.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
he's done a lot.
Yeah, but he hasn't actually done 2 workshops. He's only done 2.
But time-wise,
Yeah, feels like it.
yeah.
Okay.
My estimate of both of those sessions, if you do it straight, it will take about an hour with no mistakes.
Hard, no.
Yeah, no mistakes for Monday, so now.
Okay, how much time do we need?
We need this one workshop. So what do you think?
Which one is
40
this?
minutes.
Which workshop is this?
World of work.
I'm just
So I'm
thinking
saying
about
we
memory
finish at
cards.
5:30.
No, I'm fine with the time. I'm just worried about the cards. Because I estimated that we should have enough space on the cards, so I'm not gonna.
Your
Oh.
Lutando was good, I'm sorry. I mean, he
Yo.
made almost no mistakes.
Your Lutando was good. He just
Huh?
went through it.
Wow, but I think he's also passionate about that
Workshop.
workshop.
World of work, ne?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, why is it so long?
Never.
No, it's not long. Like 5 pages.
Like 5 pages. It's 13 pages now.
Do we want to keep everything in it?
Is this World of Work number? Is there only one World of Work?
Yeah.
Okay, just give me a
She
second.
might have sent it to.
Okay, these were the ones that you did last, I think. You checked last. Because Chantal sent me a bunch and said, Ines is busy with the rest.
No, but I sent them all to her.
Yesterday.
But this was yesterday, sometime. It's not a problem. I'm just saying, because I updated the ones that she sent me first, it said they're done.
Have you got World of Work?
I've got
There it is, next
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, no, that's fine, it's not a problem. I imported all the ones that was done by like lunchtime yesterday or something. And I just haven't done the rest. Okay, so this one also, I printed it out, that's the thing. Today we're looking at the reality of working world.
Today we're looking at the reality of the working world. We've looked at the work ethic and professionalism. And as we wrap up the program, we are going to delve into what you truly encounter in the working world.
Mandisa,
Yes.
did my mother-in-law maybe come around?
To pick up the baby?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that's amazing.
Otherwise, who's looking after the baby?
No, Linda, but Linda usually goes home after 4. I
No,
was
she
like,
came like earlier.
I don't hear anything.
No, like
I haven't heard anything from anyone saying that
the
kids
baby
haven't
has
picked
been
up.
imported.
Hmm?
The baby has been imported,
Yeah,
exported.
then everything's fine. As long as my mother-in-law is involved, then everything's perfect. Otherwise, because I was sitting here stressing now, like I don't know what's going on.
Upstairs.
In general in life. But that's
As long as you've got women in your life like mother-in-laws,
yeah.
right, then you're
Your life is sorted.
Sure. Some people complain about their mother-in-laws. I don't. She's really a blessing.
Okay,
And it's not like she's sitting around doing nothing. She's probably worked from 6 o'clock this morning, and then she'll drive straight from work. Yeah, get the kids if need be, and she'll take them and she'll feed them, put them in bed.
Sure.
And we can rock up there at 10 o'clock tonight and say we had to pick up the kids.
Blessing. Big blessing.
Okay, sorry, I'm keeping you. This is a long session. This is at least 45 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna start.
Okay. Problem being, I only have 47 minutes on this card. So I'm just gonna keep an eye out on this card. Oh, let me do this. I didn't want to do it, but I'm doing it now. We're gonna start to copy this stuff over to this drive, and hopefully we can just quickly you swap the card.
What will be the next workshop we redo with Lutando?
Entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs too.
So we're not redoing work. You're going to do tomorrow. You're going to do World of Work.
Tomorrow
Okay,
work at
3.
Entrepreneurs too.
Entrepreneurs 2. And you'll fill in all the gaps, eh?
What
Like
do-
with this facilitator
Yes.
session, you'll fill it in, don't forget.
I would. Lutando, oh, he was so good. I enjoyed him.
Yeah, no, it was very good.
It's just he was not confident when we were discussing who's gonna do what.
He was not.
Yes,
Is that
so
okay?
that's why Rudy.
No, carry on. I'm rude.
Now we're ready to start.
About halfway through,
We change it, yeah.
we just pause,
Yeah.
and I just put that card in.
Perfect.
Then
Sure.
we should be fine.
And if it gets late with this one, and then we
Finish
can,
it
you can always finish it tomorrow morning.
Okay.
So Gerrit says you can come by, what, like 7:45?
Sure.
Quarter to eight's probably enough.
You got it, what time's your flight, like your bus?
I have to be at
Oh,
the
you don't have to
station.
be at the airport.
At the thingy, they're very effective and efficient.
It's great that bus here.
Yeah, they're very efficient.
Langeberg bus here.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so what time do you have to be there?
I think at 12:30.
Oh, perfect. Is your flight, your bus is at what time?
At 1.
Oh, I thought you.
At 1:45 or
Okay, so
something.
we've got time.
So I can be here until 12.
Okay.
Yeah, I can be here until 12
Okay,
tomorrow.
but then we've got lots of time, right?
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
But you bring all your stuff here.
Yes, I'm gonna bring everything and then I
Yeah.
can.
Okay, so now then we do 30 minutes now.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want you to see me, and then we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to do
Yeah,
that
the
last
fly.
part first? No.
Yes.
Can we do the last part of this one first, Gerrit?
The last part of this one, did you make a note where we stopped?
Yes.
I did, but
Where we stop for what? No, of World of Work.
the one we just.
No.
This one.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
oh.
one.
Okay.
Why do you want me to do the last part first? Oh, because to see.
Because to see if the wording is
The beginning
flowing.
you familiar with.
Yes.
What is the last
Yeah,
part?
let's just do that last part. It's from Grit and Perseverance.
Duckworth?
Yeah, there's a lot of words there that.
It says we need to consider stickability.
Wait. Human ideas, is that?
It's that part, that extra part that we did. Remember this part?
So
What do you want to do with your life? And the cheese and this thing.
no, up, go up, go
Oh,
back up.
It's that part, yeah. So up, other way? Yeah, that way.
This one.
More, much more.
Up, up,
Duckworth rides.
up.
Much more. Much. Gooi hom. Let's check there. And
Up,
let's
up.
just still more.
Up, there's a biggie. Yes, up.
No?
That's bullet point number 5.
Yeah, it's at the top of this. What do you want to do with your life?
Okay.
Just stop there quickly. No, down now.
Down.
More. 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 That one.
We need to consider stickability.
Down a bit
That
from
more,
there.
yeah, sorry. What do you want to do with your life?
Yeah, that's it.
Mind if I just quickly print this out? Please. Literally just be a second. Otherwise I'm not going to be able to make any notes.
Oh, is that you there? I saw someone up here. Okay, yeah, so we do this section first,
Mm.
just so that we can be sure. But did you check it?
I did check it.
Yeah, I
Yes,
think
I
it'll
did.
be fine.
Says the
Because it's not personal.
Duckworth.
Duckworth Lewis. Duckworth. And at the end, yeah, really was his S's were coming out. Special. I wonder if he's going to be happy with it. Show him.
I'm looking into this.
Neural pathways. You've used the teleprompter, eh? This thing.
You know, I don't like the word teleprompter. It's so
Auto cue.
auto cue is a lot easier to
Yeah.
say.
Okay.
And I was always like, yeah, but I think auto cue is something else. And then I went and I researched it, but then I realized no, it's just the same word for different word for the same thing. Okay, this scene 9, and this is will of work, right?
Yes.
The last part. Last part from what's that first line?
From here,
Stickability.
what do you want to do with your life? That's where we're starting now.
Okay.
It's here are some basic steps to get you started.
That's
So let's book it.
9. Last part. Sorry about all of this. If I'm not on board now, I'm gonna what? So it's interesting, like you do this stuff and everything makes sense.
Mm.
You get the footage and you start to work with it.
Yeah.
And then you get
That's
stuff and you're like, what is this? I don't know what this is, where does this fit in? Or you lose stuff. You're looking for something, you're like, I don't know where to find it.
Mm.
But I know we did it, but I don't know where it is. So, let's be diligent in marking things. And everything's cool. So work for a living 2023. Scene 9, take 1. This is the last part of will of work. Starting with
What do you want to do with your life?
what do you want to do with your life? Are you happy? Can you see? On there? Okay.
What do you want to do with your life? Here are some basic steps to get you started. If you carry on as you are now, what will life look like in 10 years' time? What will your life look like in 20 years?
Sorry? My fault. Should have checked this. Feet on the white.
Fit on the white.
Your toes. And you are just a little bit too far from the mic.
I'm short.
Are you shorter than Andy?
Okay, we moved everything. Just start it over. Starting in 5 seconds.
What do you want to do with your life? Here are some basic steps to get you started. If you carry on as you are now, what will life look like in 10 years? What will life look like in 20 years? You need to decide what your desired outcome in life is. What do you want your life to look like? You need to decide if your current trajectory or path You need to decide if your current trajectory or path leading you to those outcomes. Is it leading you where you want to go?
That's bad from our side. You need to decide if your current path
If you need
is
to
leading you to
Okay.
those outcomes. So number 2, you need to decide if your current trajectory or path is leading you to those outcomes.
trajectory.
Take out the word trajectory. You need to decide. No one's going to know anyway what it means. Path.
Path.
Your current direction. That's better.
Direction.
Direction
or
or path.
You need to decide if your current direction or path is leading you to those outcomes. Is it leading you where you want to go? If not, what needs to be done? What actions and steps are required for you to down your new path, not the old path?
Go down your new path. So you see what happened is this one we just got at the last minute.
I think like everyone was like,
We got it at the last. So Chantal sent it all to us, but she didn't. For some reason, she didn't look at the new video. So that's why we want to do it now, so that we don't sit with these problems.
Okay.
okay.
What needs to be? What action are required for you to go down your new path, not the old path?
If not, what needs to be done? What actions and steps are required for you to go?
To go
What-
down.
What
Sorry.
actions and steps are required for you to go down your new path?
not
Okay.
the old path.
What actions and steps are required for you to go down your new path, not the old path? You need to make an immediate decision and take immediate action and take your first step on your new path. You need to stay focused, determined, and disciplined in moving down the path of your own direction. You can't keep doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome. This will be the hardest challenge you face. It's human behavior to want to stick to things we know and stick to things we are comfortable with. Make sure you are aware of your own comfort zone and remain committed to expanding your comfort zone and reaching the outcomes you desire. The next point I want to make relates to the way that you think. I want to explain how a large extent of our brain works. Our brain is made up of neural pathways, and our brain always takes up the easiest route. For example, the picture of a block of cheese. I want you to imagine. For example, picture a block of cheese. I want you to imagine you take a very hot steel marble and put it on your cheese. It makes a hole right through the cheese. These holes.
It makes a hole right through the cheese.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
Or just say it makes a hole right through the cheese.
I want you to imagine you take a hot steel marble and you put it on the cheese. It makes a hole right through the cheese, right? These holes in the cheese are your neural pathways, the little pathways in your brain created by repetitive thoughts. The marble makes holes in the cheese just like your repetitive thoughts makes pathways in your brain. Our brain works like that. If there is an easy, paved, or created route, it means our thinking always goes to the same way. So, for example, if I believe that people don't like me, and I see someone and I greet them, and they don't greet me back, if I greet them and they do not greet back, because my brain is trained to believe that they don't like me. In my brain, there are 6 highways that say, he didn't greet me, I'm unlovable, I'm not good enough, I'm a loser. Because that is the way I trained my brain to think. But there is a small, narrow path that goes to a place which is actually truth. Perhaps he did not see me. So the truth is that he did not see me, but because I have created a pathway in my brain that says I'm not good enough, I will believe that he did not greet me because I'm unlovable, before I believe that he did not see me. Our brain is very powerful. The way that we are trained to think by circumstances, family, and the way that we were raised is the way that our brain functions and influences the way that we see the world. And so the lie continues and continue to burn
So the lies.
and so the lies continue and continue to burn new neural pathways, new ways of thinking in my brain.
Do it again.
And so the lies continue and continue to burn new neural pathways, ways of thinking in my brain. Proverbs says, as a man thinks, so is he. We will behave the way we think. He doesn't like me, I'll never greet him again. A further example, let's say that I have created neural pathways that says I'm not good enough, created by parents, teachers, etc. While growing up, Let's say I have created a neural pathway that says I'm not good enough, created by parents, teachers, etc. while growing up. How does this play out in the workplace? I hit a speed bump in my clothing business and sales are down. I think to myself, see, what was I thinking? Trying to do business when I can't succeed at anything. I will never succeed. What do I do? As a result, I closed my business down, when the truth of the matter is that it is summer and people want cooler clothing, not heavy jackets. Our neural pathways, the way that we are trained to think, the 6-lane highway, influence the way that we behave. As a man thinks, so is he. A set of ideas held by a group of people that influences behavior. If you are trained to think in a certain way, especially if it is negative, if the 6-lane highway is negative in your life, then that is the way that you are going to see the world. I want to encourage you to look for a small trigger-tree path.
I would rather say, I want to encourage you to look for that small little path that is often true, that often is true.
I want to encourage you to look for that small little path that is often truth. Be prepared to believe that you may be wrong in your thinking and have been believing a lie. Look at the diagram in front of you. There are many people moving to the left, many people taking the wide road where they just accept the lies because of the way that we're raised.
Because
Where?
of the way they were raised. Just do that again. Look at the diagram in front of you.
Look at the diagram in front of you. There are many people moving to the left, many people taking the wide road where they just accept the lies because of the way that they were raised. It takes a courageous person to say, hey, maybe what I am believing is not the truth. Maybe what I believe is a lie, and from now on, I'm going to walk in truth and the person who I am.
No, do that again. About the person who I am. Maybe.
In the middle. To the right.
Walk about truth.
Sometimes
Maybe I believe what I believe is a lie, and from now on, okay. maybe what I believe is a lie. And from now on, I'm going to walk in truth about the person who I am, the person who I am created to be, and the purposes that God has for me. I want to make a very important point. As we've said before, in each workshop, there is a section where it is. In each workshop, there is a section where if you forget everything else, but remember this, then that is good. And this is for that section. It is vitally important. It is a vitally important path.
Let's just back up a bit. I think there's one sentence that was also a bit.
I want you to.
I want to make a very important point.
I want to make a very important point, and as we've discussed before, in each workshop, there is a section where if you forget everything else but remember this, then this is it. And that is this section. And this is that section.
In the previous sentence, I think you swapped words around as well.
Just read the words there. Read the words there.
I want to make an important point, and as we've said before, in each workshop there is a section where if you forget everything else but remember this, then that is good. And this is that section. It is vitally important point that I want you all to understand. You will have 4 decisions in life. You will have 4 choices in life. The sad thing is only by the end of your life, you will know which of the 4 you chose. It relates to 2 choices between 4 different decisions. Choice number 1. Do I live life?
Can we cut that sentence? It relates to 2 choices between 4 different decisions. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, we're cutting it relates to 2 choices between 4 different decisions. We're not adding that in at all, right?
Yeah, because we've already said you will have 4 choices. Now we're saying you must have 2 choices.
2 choices with 4 different.
Yeah. Okay, choice 1.
Okay.
Choice 1. Do I live with wisdom or consequence? In other words, I either live according to godly wisdom, where I either live according to godly wisdom, where I test my plans according to whatever they are wise or not.
To whether.
In other words, I either live according to godly wisdom, where I test my plans according to whether they are wise or not. I need to make a decision where I read my Bible and ask God for wisdom daily. And based on that wisdom I receive, based on that planning and thinking, I can make my decisions. Or do I live with consequence, where I am constantly living the consequence of bad decisions? In other words, I don't plan, I don't think about what I'm doing, I just act. Do you live with wisdom or do you live with consequence? The decision that you take on how you are going to live your life between these 2 is massive. The difference is how your life works out. The difference in how your life works out is massive. Choice 2. Discipline or regret. If you live a life of discipline, you will have self-control, be hardworking, and live according to a plan and purpose, a goal. However, if you live with regret, you will act and react to everything all the time, afterwards regretting your choices and life decisions. Wisdom goes with discipline. Consequence goes with regret. If you live a life of discipline, you will most likely live a life where you receive wisdom and act on that wisdom.
If you live the life of discipline.
If you live a life of discipline, you will most likely live a life where you receive wisdom and act with wisdom. However, if you live a life where you live by the set of your
Seat of your pants.
Ugh. However, if you live a life where you live by the seat of your pants and don't think about your decisions, the chances are very good that you will live a life of regret. And the sad thing is that you will only find that out at the end of your life. Choose now which path you will take so that it is not a surprise at the end of your life.
Can I just say something? Should we have a facilitation session here?
Yeah,
We need to add one to the manual.
Right.
facilitator
Maybe we
session.
have one here.
No, we don't have.
Will you remember to add one here?
It's before handling stress.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Can I use your pen quickly? Fran?
Yeah, there's a lot of, quite a few lying around.
Nice.
Is that one?
Facilitator session.
1840. So I just want to make a note because I marked our in point, the beginning of it, and not where we actually started. 135. What do you do with your life? That's where you started, right?
Mm-hmm.
We started 135. And this is C9. Okay. Just a second. Okay, are we ready to go? 3, 2.
Handling stress. The mind has the power to unravel, and it is vitally important that you catch it before it runs away. If you look at the stress funnel in front of you and you look at the top, you have any of
If you look at the stress funnel,
If you look at the stress funnel in front of you and you look at the top, have any of you been stressed before? And do any of you sometimes suffer from dark places like depression, self-doubt, or anxiety? It is vitally important that as you start working or start your business, as you feel stress, you need to catch it when it is still controllable. As you start going round and round, at the top you feel yourself spiraling. It is at that point that you need to stop and say, hey, hang on. I need to take some time out. I need to plan things. I need to get a grip. I need to catch up with myself and catch up with my decision making. That is wisdom. If I live, however, with consequences and I allow the stress to spiral out of control, at the end of the day, I am going to get the very... If I live, however, with consequences and I allow the stress to spiral out of control, at the end of the day, I'm going to get to the very bottom and I'm going to live with regret. Make sure that you handle your stress while it is controllable.
Stop. Okay, I think we must finish this tomorrow.
It's okay.
You're doing great.
Okay.
I just think there's still quite a bit to do, and you've got time tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 5:30.
Sure.
Are you happy with that, Gerrit?
yeah.
Sure. Are you happy with
I'm
it?
happy with that. I've got the whole morning tomorrow.
We
Okay.
need to make sure to handle our stress while it's still controlled.
Exactly. Stop.
No, you stop. You say, hey, stop. That's what we're doing, practicing.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's good for us to stop.
Okay.
But I think this is great. I think it was just that first part. I think, Gerrit, with Mandisa, so just help where
Words, pronunciation.
words pronunciation and sometimes
Stopping.
stopping in the middle of a sentence. So just like if you see her go off track, because she auto-corrects very quickly,
Yeah, yeah.
but sometimes she doesn't know it.
Okay.
You know how it goes. One talks it and then you don't know that you're saying it.
Mm.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
So,
That's good.
But
you're going to be my backup tomorrow.
Yeah, back
Yeah.
up. Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow is just us, so we'll
Yeah.
figure it out.
Figure the things out. You're gonna wear that top.
Yes, I'm going to wear this.
Yeah, simply.
I'll say they were.
Imagine. When did the facilitator change?
Yeah, that is quick.
Luciano sent some of, Rudy took a picture and then I sent it to, Franklin is like, so I sent a message on the group that I'm not available and Franklin is like, where are you, why are you not working? And then I sent a picture and you're having fun. And Luciano says, tell him you are in the Bahamas.
I'm gonna put, I filmed the bad interview. I'm gonna put it on the facilitator group. Yeah. Okay, Karen.
Pretty funny.
Thank you so much, eh?
It's a pleasure.
Appreciate
Good
it.
seeing you again.
Yeah, really appreciate it. So you guys will sort out tomorrow,
Mm.
and then we'll arrange. I'll make the payment.
Oh yeah.
You know, I always do. We can arrange for next year when the time is right, and when we have an understanding of what we need to do.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we want to do some more. But thank you, eh?
Are you happy with this?
Yeah, I think
Where
it's
we're
been
going to?
fantastic.
This is awesome.
I think it's
It's
been
a lot better than
amazing.
shooting at the church.
Much better. No, look, this has been great. I mean,
Yeah.
it's been a long day, but it's actually been really good and been great involving all the facilitators. I think it's just
It's
awesome.
going to be awesome.
Eh?
It's going to be awesome.
We're gonna have such a good flow of workshops.
And that surprise, okay, who's going to be teaching today?
Yeah, yeah, not
I
just
like
the
that.
same. Yeah, okay, okay. But thanks for your patience and as always. Okay, Karen.
Yeah.
I'll see you in the morning.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I know we are coming to your house,